Sound on, and kaboom! That was the sound of the beginning of the open session before closed session. So we'll start with roll call.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Councilmember Bonner is absent, Councilmember Willis will be absent the entire meeting. Mayor Martinez.
Here?
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel. City of Richmond versus Riggers Loft Wine Company. Item C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is initiation of litigation. There are two cases. Under item C3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representative, Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Carbone. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C4 is liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.9, Claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Hemler, you'll have 2 minutes.
So, good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. I have two things to say on these items. So, C1, regarding Riggers Loft. Once again, I passed through Riggers Loft, and I'm like, I don't see how the city could be in, what's the word I'm looking for, in litigation, because I have been talking with the owners myself, and I'm like, and they have concerns. I've looked at Riggers Loft, and I say, it's a golden opportunity. It brings in revenue into the city. So when you go into closed session, think about what Riggers Loft is for the city. Think about that. And then number two, as I stated before, we're getting into the holidays, so all these organizations have done a lot of things for Richmond. So when you go in there, think about all the hard work that these groups have done to make Richmond a better place for work and play. That's it.
And there are no more speakers.
Okay. In that case, we're ready to retire into closed session. Public comments closed. Oh, sorry, we are ready to go to closed session.
I was like, I heard you.
My apologies for starting 13 minutes late, but we are here and we are in good spirits, so I will start with the sound of the gavel and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we have roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis will be absent the entire meeting. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and we have a request from the sponsor of item O2A, and that's to advocate for state legislation that enforces a minimum marriage age of 18 years old with no exceptions. That item was asked to be withdrawn from the agenda by the sponsor. And then we have item O2C, that's agreement with Tiny Village Spirits. That item was requested by the sponsors in order for them to gather more information. It was withdrawn, and it will return to the council at a future meeting.
I have one more request. Item Q2, some of the presenters are mothers with young children. They asked this to be moved up on the agenda, so can I ask the presentation by the Public Works goes after that?
After,
After Q2.
Uh,
So we will have Q2 either be the first or second item after Q. So we have P1, Q1, Q2. I'm asking P1 to move down after Q2.
okay, since there are parents, I will move Q2 before the budget session.
Thank you.
And I would also like to continue Q4 to the 17th of December.
Will that item be a consent calendar item, or will it be discussed?
No, it will be discussed.
Discussed. Is that it? All right, our next item on the agenda is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you. On the city clerk agenda, the first item we have is a litigation matter, which is Richmond versus Riggers Loft. We gave a status report on the litigation. There was no reportable action taken. The item listed as two cases of initiation of litigation. Each of those items was discussed. There was no reportable action taken in either one. Concerning the labor negotiations, that item is under negotiation, and direction was given to the negotiators for further negotiations. Respect to C4, which is litigation involving claimant, Terminal 1, direction was given to the city's negotiators on a potential settlement, and no reportable action was taken. That concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening. There's no report from the city manager this evening.
Okay. Our next item under commendations, presentations, and proclamations, we have item M1, and that is a proclamation honoring the Commission on Aging on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of its senior winter ball to be held on December 14th of 2024.
So I think this is a proclamation that the mayor and I are presenting, but if everyone would like to come, and if I see the commissioners here, if you would like to come up to the front, we'll read the proclamation and present it. Do you want me to read?
Can anybody? No, right here. Do it here, so.
Wonderful Commission on Aging. I am the liaison to the Commission on Aging, and I'm very proud to have served in that role. And now we want to honor them for their work and to celebrate their, what is it now? I have to look at it, the 25th silver anniversary of the Senior Winter Ball. And so I'll give you a little more details in this proclamation. So let me read it. The mayor and I are co-presenting this. So, City of Richmond proclamation honoring the Commission on Aging on the 25th anniversary of the Senior Winter Ball. Whereas on December 17th, 1979, the City of Richmond adopted an ordinance which created the Commission on Aging. And whereas the Richmond Commission on Aging is involved in countless activities for the well-being of our seniors on issues of housing, health, leisure time, rehabilitation, transportation, education, employment, and social and volunteer services. And whereas the Commission on Aging is one of the most active commissions in the city of Richmond, presenting and organizing several events every year, with their signature event being the annual Senior Winter Ball. And whereas the commission invites everyone to join them at this year's 25th annual silver anniversary of this Senior Winter Ball, which will take place on December 14th, 2024, from 6 to 10 p.m. in the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. And whereas this year's Winter Ball promises to be an amazing extravaganza with dinner, music, dancing, and warm-hearted community engagement. And whereas it is important to acknowledge the contributions older individuals have made in our communities and in the workplace to the economic well-being of our city through civic leadership and mentoring. And whereas our expanding senior population profoundly impacts every facet of our lives, redefining our ideas of work, retirement, and leisure, altering our housing and living arrangements, challenging our healthcare systems, reshaping our economy, and altering social and public policy. And whereas the opportunities and challenges that await all members of our community require our continued commitment to the goal of ensuring that our seniors enjoy active, productive, and healthy lives, and do so independently, safely, and with dignity. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Richmond celebrates the contributions of older Americans and rededicates our efforts to better serving their needs. Be it further resolved that members of the City Council and the public are encouraged to attend the Senior Winter Ball on Saturday, December 14th at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. Be it finally resolved that the Richmond City Council expresses its deep appreciation for past and continuing outstanding contributions of the Commission on Aging to the community in the city of Richmond, and congratulates them on this momentous occasion of the 25th annual silver anniversary of the Senior Winter Ball 2024. Let's give them a round of applause. So, Mr. Mayor, maybe we could get them to introduce themselves, and, yeah. So this is the chair of the commission.
I've only been around for about five years, and I just love the energy of this lady here, Myrtle Braxton, and she recruited me, to be a part and also to be the chair. And good teacher. Again, my name is Michelle Hayes, and I'm honored. Thank you.
My name is Myrtle Braxton, and I think I've been on the commission longer than some of you have been born. But I finally decided at 97 years old we needed another chairperson. So, I've enjoyed every minute of this commission, and anybody who wants to join, you'll invite too. Thank you.
Well, I'm the next generation, and I know this lady here because I was her intern for the Commission on Aging 22 years ago. Yes, I was a graduate student with a background in gerontology and specializing in community services. And one of the things here I needed to do here was to do some time with the Commission on Aging because that was my demographic that I wanted to work with. And so between this lady and our late, great Arnie Kassendorf, both of them were mentoring me. And who knew that 22 years later that I would age in place? Yes. By the way, I'm Brian Harris. I'm the very famous Brian Harris. A lot of people know me. And I am now the new secretary for the Commission on Aging. I have grown up here, as many people have said here, but drafted here, yes. I know where the bodies are, Myrtle says here. So I'm very proud to be a part of this. And when Gail and I started working on this secret little project here in June, I'm very grateful to this commission here and to all of you to recognize this very hard work here for all of us. And like right here Gail said here, and I looked it up the other day, December 17th, 1979 will make our 45th anniversary. So we are getting ready in 5 years to celebrate our golden anniversary of being probably one of the longest commission boards here that the city has on file here. So I want to give a shout out here to some of our community service division, Lashonda White here, who's our deputy director, and Rajana Maharaj, who's the deputy director for the recreation department. These ladies used to be my bosses back in the day when I worked for the city of Richmond. Yes, I'm being buzzed on here because I love to speak here. But again here, please come out to the Richmond Senior Winter Ball here on December 14th. Tickets are available. You can purchase them at the registration office. And thank you very much here, and I'm going to pass it on to Regina.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am Regina Whitney, Houston without the money. I knew I'd get a laugh. Okay. And I have been in the city of Richmond for the majority of my life. I think that's all of it. Right here in Richmond. And I worked for the State Attorney General's office in San Francisco for 22 and a half years. And after I retired from the state, I thought I was getting a little bit old enough to be a part of this organization. So I came in and worked with them for, it's been about 5 or 6 years now. And I had to step down a little bit, just a little bit, and get more involved in the union. I joined the union. I work in the political department for SEIU Local 1000. So I'm pretty happy that I'm still moving and grooving, and I will be at the party, and we will have a ball. So I look forward to seeing some of you get more involved in the activities as well as joining the organization because it is really healthy. It's brought me a long way, even though I have a long way to go. So thank you all for your time, and I'll pass it to our next person here.
I'm Kiran Agarwal, and City of Richmond has been very kind to start the taxi service for us seniors. Because of that, I could join the night college because I can't see the road at night. I use public transport, but it's difficult to see the road at night, especially the crossings. And now, what we have been working on is if the City of Richmond helps us, that public transport should be free for seniors. Most of us are on social security and the buses are running anyway empty. I mean, is AC Transit planning to give free lunch to people paying for it? I don't know. I mean, why not at least find out how many seniors are using the service and what will be the loss to AC Transit? But no, the board is not willing to listen. Maybe the city can support us. Thank you.
I'm Jerry LaLundberg. I'm the newest commissioner because I'm still pending becoming a commissioner. But I retired to Richmond and I'm very happy to be here.
I'm Sohaila Bana. I'm a city council member, but age-wise, I qualify to be a commissioner, and perhaps soon I'll join.
Yeah, was that a senior? No. Well, I would like to say that I was a newborn when Myrtle Braxton was 12 years old. So she could have babysat me. But what you heard from this commission actually shows the strength of commissions. They're coming up with ideas that they share with the council, and with their advocacy, we get ideas of how we can improve life in Richmond. So I really appreciate the ideas that you bring forward to us, and we will work with you to see how we can promote your ideas. So anyway, it's a fantastic commission. I was a liaison before, and unfortunately, I won't be at the Silver Ball this year because I'll be away. Anyway, any other people? No. Okay. Well then, thank you so much. And, I think photo time.
We have two in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Press the button. Press the button.
I was waiting for you to call us. Okay. No, I'm waiting for.
Cordell Handler, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. This group here, the Commission on Aging, They are a fabulous group. So it is amazing what all the hard work that they have put in to make this senior winter ball the best yet. As you heard what was said, I expect each and every one of you to attend this ball. Every one of you, except for the mayor, because he's going to be gone. So,
will be gone too.
and that's a direct order to city staff too. We want them to come too. So it's for all ages. And $45, come on now. There's going to be food too. So please do attend this ball. I'm telling you, you'll feel like royalty. So this group here, they have done a fantastic job. So, and Myrtle, you don't look no 97. I thought you were 79. That's it.
Mark Wassberg.
Oh, no. Is he going to spoil this too? Sorry.
Senior Citizen Bus Pass, AC Transit and BART. So I said, what's so great about getting old? You got one more foot in the grave. I go to the doctor 3 times a month, take meds 3 times a day. I said, getting old is horrible. I walked into the senior citizen complex. I looked around. They were just going. I said, this ain't for me. I walked right back out. I'm doing the things I did when I was 25 and 30, working on my truck, go to my friend's house. We're out there chasing women, you know. But I told these young kids, I said, it's only in your mind. I said, if you think young, you're never going to get old. So one time I was sitting outside by my truck, and this young kid walks by. He goes, hey, old man. And I looked. I said, well, you might not live to be my age. You keep on talking like that. But, you know, you people got to realize, man, when you get older, it's just miserable. You know, they think you're going to get all these perks, all these discounts going everywhere. Well, sure, you're going to get it. But like I say, man, you got one more foot in the grave. I just had a good friend of mine, 30 years. She passed away at 62, smoking cigarettes for about 30 years. But better while I said, right now you get it while you can, because I'm at the age right now, I'm going to take advantage of everything. And it wasn't like back in the day when I just, just let it ride. If I meet a gal, I ain't have no mercy on her. Slam, bam, see you later. That's the way it is at my age. And I don't see how you people could sit there and be so happy about getting old. Like I say, I walked in that senior citizen place, I walked right back out. I said, that is not for me.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
We have 2 online speakers. The first speaker will be iPhone 4, and the second speaker is Elaine Dawkins. You will each be given 2 minutes to speak. iPhone 4, please identify yourself for the record. Oh, it looks like that person just dropped off. Elaine Dawkins. Elaine, you may begin. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you. I'm here to support the proposition for mailing and enhancing community communication.
I'm sorry. Now is not the time to speak to items that are on the agenda.
Oh, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
Our next item is item M2. It's a proclamation recognizing World AIDS Day to honor the 700,000 Americans and 40 million lives lost worldwide to AIDS-related illnesses over the years.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. I will read this proclamation out. The individual, usually it's Richmond Member Pride that comes out and receives it on behalf of our community, but this time they weren't able to make it due to the weather. So I will go ahead and read the proclamation as we do every year for the past couple of years. So recognizing December 1st as World AIDS Day, whereas on World AIDS Day, we recommit to ending the HIV epidemic in the United States and in our beloved city, and rededicate ourselves to fighting the discrimination that oftentimes keeps people with HIV from getting the services they need and living the full lives they deserve. And whereas, thanks to the incredible dedication of scientists, activists, healthcare workers, caregivers, and so many others, we have made enormous progress in preventing, detecting, and treating HIV, reducing case counts in AIDS-related deaths, and freeing millions of people to enjoy their long and healthy lives. And whereas we still have a hard road ahead of us, especially in addressing racial and gender gaps in our health systems, which have had long-driven inequitable HIV outcomes in our country and abroad. Whereas, but as of today, we honor the 700,000 Americans and 40 million lives lost worldwide to AIDS-related illnesses over the years, while still having new hope in our hearts. Whereas we finally have the scientific understanding, treatments, and tools to build an AIDS-free future where everyone, no matter who they are, where they come from, and whom they love, can get the care and respect they deserve. And then I'll pass this over to the mayor if you want to read the last paragraph.
Now, therefore, be it resolved on November 26, 2024, the City of Richmond recognizes December the 1st as World AIDS Day. The City of Richmond is committed to continuously advocating for the safety and support of all of our residents affected as well as their loved ones.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two speakers, two in-person speakers. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. The in-person speakers are Cordell Hindler and Mark Wasberg. 2 minutes each, please.
Good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Cepeda, for bringing this proclamation. And I don't know how can I top this, so I'll just say it anyway, because we have to teach our children about safety. You know, like HIV is a very serious matter, because every time I look at the data, I'm like, people are dying of either they living with or dying of AIDS. So we have to think about teaching our young people how to, you know, be very cautious about this type of disease. So this is very important. So we have to start teaching the children about things of that nature. So it's up to you all as elected officials to teach our community about love and things of that nature. So I just leave it at that.
Mark Wasberg.
When all these people were dying of AIDS, the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong because they had no immune system. They couldn't fight off the normal cold or anything. They was just dropping like flies. Then finally they went to San Francisco to the gay community, and they realized that was coming from the gay community, that AIDS is a homosexual disease. And it's a proven fact. Even the Medical Association, all the medical doctors in the world, scientists, says it came from San Francisco. But people who try to deny it came from the monkeys out in Africa, men having sex with monkeys. But that's a flat out lie, because people want to tell the truth. AIDS is a homosexual disease because there was passing human waste to human waste. The rectum is one of the most filthy things of a human body. It has so many diseases. And this is what these homosexuals were doing. They was having sex with other men, going to other men from butthole to butthole. It's a proven fact. And it's all because of the homosexuals doing this. This is why there's always going to be discrimination. Before AIDS came, I didn't care if he was gay or not, but as soon as the AIDS outbreak happened, I was scared to death. And it's people like you, Caesar, you and all you other homosexuals, you're the one that caused it.
That was workplace abuse. So I would like to say that sometimes the mouth is the filthiest part of a person's body.
You got one too, don't forget about it. Your mouth is filthier than mine.
So, next item, or do we have more speakers?
Oh, we have two speakers online.
Okay, let's hear them.
The two speakers are Jamin Purcell and Michelle Milam. Jamin, you may begin.
Yes. My name is Jim Purcell. I am president or co-chair of Richmond Rainbow Pride. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I want to thank the City Council and the City of Richmond for being so supportive of its community. At this particular time, I would like to uplift again the voice and the work of one of our former members, Dwayne Chapman, who was really pivotal in making an impact with people who were affected by HIV and AIDS during the 1980s and 1990s in the city of Richmond. We appreciate your support, and I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Milam.
Yes, thank you. I also want to lift up the work of Dwayne Chapman. Dwayne Chapman was a volunteer with the police department for many years. I don't know if you can hear me now. I also want to lift up the work of Dwayne Chapman. Dwayne Chapman was a volunteer with the Richmond Police Department and the City of Richmond for many years. And one story that he told me is that he was a nurse. And so he went into the hospitals when the disease first came, and there were people who wouldn't actually touch patients as they were getting their medication and as they were dying. And he would take off his gloves and he would hold his patient's hands and he would touch them and he would say, "I love you. I care about you." And that's the kind of spirit that Dwayne had. And that's the kind of spirit that I think we want to foster in this city, is that spirit of love and compassion for one another. And so I really want to lift up Dwayne in this work because he was a trailblazer in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Before we go on, we have the concern of free speech, but this is a workplace, and I, as the head of this space, have a federal responsibility to make sure that there is no workplace harassment, no sexual harassment, no physical harassment. And with that in mind, I ask people to not engage in harassing anyone in any way, because if you do, you are breaking a federal law.
Throw me in jail. Have me arrested.
Okay, let's go on. Next item.
Give me a headache. Our next item is open forum. And this is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar.
Are you okay?
Or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. I'm going to ask just word to please call the speakers that are in person. And 2 minutes each, please.
The first speaker is Cordell Hindler. You'll have 2 minutes to speak if you can come up to the podium. Go ahead.
Trying to get all this emotions out. So, okay, I'm ready. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. Oh, I was like, can you start the clock? I just lost my thought. So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. I have a couple of items that I want to bring in forward. So first, I do want to thank you for acknowledging me because if you recall at the last meeting when I had suggested to have the Contra Costa community folks to present to you all about on the college, I felt good because I had been begging for months to have them present to you. So I do appreciate that. So the second item I'm bringing forward is because for putting on the January agenda is to direct staff to work with UC Berkeley's chancellor's staff on coordinating a joint meeting between the city and UC Berkeley because I was in a Zoom call back in February when they had presented opportunities for UC Berkeley, and I said that the city of Richmond needs to start getting back on track because we're trying to build a good relationships with both the city and UC Berkeley. And then the third item is, if you recall when Councilmember McLaughlin brought an item forward to direct staff to work with WCC USD staff on a joint meeting between the city and the district, that needs to be put on the agenda also because we're trying to have partnerships with both of these entities. So I'm asking if the council to put these items on a future agenda. That would be very helpful. And since I still have the floor, I do want to thank Councilmember McLaughlin because I read the Library Commission bylaws and they look absolutely perfect. So it's nice to have a vice chairperson if the chair is not there. So I'm in support of the bylaws of the Library Commission, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Perez. If you are present, no, okay. The next speaker is Patricia Perez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Here we are. It's Thanksgiving.
Your microphone's off.
Thank you, Cordell. It's Thanksgiving, and our family used to enjoy a wonderful, happy time, all of us together. Richard would help me make the dressing and stuff the turkey.
Where's Bobby?
What? So, our 3 sons and their wives would come, and our 2 granddaughters, and our youngest son, Joe, we all enjoyed a feast together. Since our grandson, Petey, was killed by a bad Richmond police officer 10 years ago, no more holiday celebrations at our home. This year, our middle son, Albert, and family invited Richard and I to go to the eldest of his 2 daughters' parents-in-law's home for Thanksgiving, but we declined. How are we supposed to go to the home of people we have met maybe 3 times and pretend that we are just fine while everybody ignores what happened to Petey? None of them want their happiness interrupted by hearing anything about Petey. People who have not had such a horrible thing in their life cannot comprehend anything about it. They think that by now you've forgot and moved on. It doesn't work like that. For the past 10 years, we have not stopped fighting to change the bad laws that allow bad cops to kill unarmed, innocent victims for no reason. You see, this horror wrecks your whole family forever. It steals your happiness your whole life. Petey's mom is battling tumors in her brain. She has been robbed of her health and of hers and Rick's only kid and of any future happiness. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beverly Moore, followed by Carija Phillips, Mark Wasberg, Antonio De Leon, Maya Ramirez, and Victorino, and Janet Johnson.
Hello, everyone. I'm Beverly Moore. I'm here representing my family. We were the previous owners of 502 Enterprise, Richmond, California, and our property was taken through eminent domain. We lived there from 1957. After our house had burned down and I lost my grandfather, sister, and brother in 1956, we moved to Enterprise and started renting it. In 1980, my mother asked me to purchase it for her, which I did, and the property was taken by the city in 1993 for the purpose supposedly for drainage for the Richmond Parkway Freeway, and it has never been utilized. It's still vacant. We ride through there. Sometimes it's homeless people. Most recently, it's a fire. But anyway, we're trying to obtain our land back. We saw it on a surplus, whatever, stating that you guys had no intention of using it, so we would like to have it back. Here's a few documents that I would like to, there's 3 of them, give to the mayor. We gave Ms. Dory Robertson one, so you guys can review it. And what we're trying to figure out is what will it take for us to get our land back. We had a meeting with some of the city councilmen in May of 2023, and they were supposed to get back to us in June. We called 15 different times. My daughter has the names and everything, and nobody has done anything. And we would like to see what can we do in order to get our land back. Thank you.
Karija Phillips.
Hello, my name is Khadijah Phillips. I want to thank you all so much for the time. I did bring in the San Francisco Chronicle article that was written about my family. We were on the front page on Monday, November 18th. We did bring in documents for you all to review. The meeting that we had in 2023 was with the city attorney, city manager, et cetera. So I did want to state that in 1993, when our family's home was taken, I was very young. I didn't understand that this single event destroyed our family. A lot of other eminent domain cases are different due to the fact that the land is being used. Our land is not being used, and we would like for it to be restored. I know that there is possibly intentions for us to have meetings, et cetera, but I would like to make sure that the meeting is a push forward to returning our land. There's nothing else that we can provide in regard to documentation. All we have is what we have here. So I would just really like for it to be a powerful push to really make this situation right. Like my mom stated, that she has been a community member all of her life. But like I love to bring up my sister Kalila Harper. She was a Richmond police officer. She dedicated her life to the city of Richmond. She loved the city of Richmond. She does have a wing dedicated at the Family Justice Center. I do have a nonprofit organization that I do work closely with the Richmond Police Department and other organizations to make sure that we are still constantly giving back. The community is doing a lot of beautiful things, and I would like to participate, but as a community member with our land being returned. So thank you very much.
The next speaker is Mark Wasberg, followed by Antonio De Leon.
Under federal law, under the First Amendment, hate speech is allowed. And if you knew anything about federal law, you wouldn't be in government. I am not an employee, so I can say anything I damn well please. You understand? Go back and read the law. Go back and read the First Amendment. And you got to go back and read the First Amendment. I can say anything I want. That's my God-given constitutional right. And I don't know where you get this idea saying, I don't know where you get this idea, just because I'm in this chambers, you think you could play some type of dictator and pushing your weight around. I don't know where you got that idea from. When I confronted you outside, you just walked away like a coward. You didn't want to say nothing. But now since you're in the chambers, you're pushing your weight around, right, Aguado? When I confronted you outside, what'd you do? You walked away, right? Now, I don't know where you get this dumb idea from. And on the AIDS, I said the embalmers didn't even bother to embalm the bodies. They burned them. That's how deadly this disease is. They wouldn't even embalm the bodies. So I know where you get this idea of playing some type of Mr. Dictator just because you can push your weight here in the chambers, because I can say anything I damn well please. Right? You don't know a damn thing about law. The only thing you know is the RPA. And your filthy RPA garbage don't know nothing about law. That's how stupid you are. Then when I confront you outside the chambers, what you do? You run away like a coward. You didn't want to confront me. And I was chewing your ass out. You just walked away like a coward. That's what you are. A coward. That's how. If it wasn't for the RPA, you'd be nobody. You had to join the RPA to get on this city council. That's the only thing you know is the RPA. And you're
Time
full
has
of shit.
expired.
And you're an idiot.
That was
Antonio
not
De
worth
Leon.
replying to.
And Maya Ramirez Victorino, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. And Janet Johnson also.
Is it on?
It's on.
Oh, it's on.
Mhm.
My bad. I wasn't prepared to speak, but
Get closer.
I was talking about the marriage thing with my friend over here, and we were talking about like the age where someone should be allowed to be married, and I think it's self-explanatory where like if someone is old enough to give consent, they should be old enough to marry. So I feel like the age of marriage should be 18 and older rather than having people who are younger than that, such as 15, 16-year-olds being married to people who are much older, because that's like really bad for manipulation purposes. And I feel like to be married, you should be 18 and older. And that's really it. That's my thing. Thank you.
Okay, Maya Ramirez Victorino.
Yeah, I wanted to speak on item Q4, the street calming measures. I just wanted to say that I really support the idea of having like a direct staff to evaluate the traffic stuff because where I live, it's really dangerous. It just poses like very dangerous to me. They leave like tire marks around like the intersection. Yeah, I just think it's dangerous and there should be, like that should be brought to the attention. Yeah. Thank you.
Janet Johnson. Press the button, Janet. Press the button.
Good evening. Hi, City Council, staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have a couple of items. The first is I wanted to give a shout out to the Parks Department. We had a humongous tree limb fall in front of our house across the street from a street tree. The fire department showed up within minutes. PG&E came and made it safe because there was a service drop to the house next door that got pulled down, and it was done beautifully. The next day, the Parks Department was there before 8 o'clock, and they did a fantastic job. And they not only removed all the pieces of the tree, but they went back and did some beautiful work on the tree so it would stay alive and not look dreadful. So I want to give a shout out to the tree crew, Cruz, Rashad, and Dondre. They were excellent, and they were done by 10 o'clock in the morning. The second thing I wanted to bring up really briefly is please hire an assistant for our Office of Emergency Services Chief, Richard Diaz. He has nobody helping him, and he really needs somebody. He commutes from Santa Rosa, and he is doing a terrific job. We don't want him to burn out. And there's a position available, so it's not like you have to invent a position. Thank you so much.
That was our last in-person speaker. And now we'll move to the online speakers.
We have 4 speakers. Gervis Phillips, Rodney Alamo Brown, Michelle Milam, and Ashante. Gervis Phillips, you may begin.
Hello, good evening.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Gervis Phillips, and thank you for having me on. I would like to say that I'm a firefighter, and I support the Moore family in their efforts to get their family land back. Um, I'm stationed in San Francisco, but this family has done a lot for me, including introducing me to my wife, who spoke earlier, Khadijah Phillips. Um, their efforts to get their land back has been tireless, and I would just love if you guys are able to restore the base of their family and provide a safe space for the present and the future generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rodney Alamo Brown.
I'd like to say good evening, Council. Rodney Elmo Brown, community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. Between 1949 and 1973, Black Americans were 5 times as likely to be displaced by eminent domain as their white counterparts, according to the 2007 Institute of Justice study cited in this report. I want you all to think about folk that came from the rural South and made one of the largest migrations in the history of the United States of America. And I'm talking about Black Americans that came to Richmond, California. When we talk about that trek, probably in triple digits as folk were coming from places like Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Georgia, Mississippi, et cetera, probably in triple digit weather. And then they finally get here. They get a piece of the American dream. They get a piece of the American pie. And all of a sudden, eminent domain takes their property. Think about the generational wealth that has been lost. And if that property were still there in terms of a house, according to Zillow, it will be worth over $500,000 in today's standard on the market. You think about that for a long period of time, what Miss Phillips, what the Moores had to endure. They've only had one meeting with city government of Richmond, California, and that was in 2023. Now, according to Ms. Moore, she said that the property was purchased a long time ago. I think all of you on the council, especially the city attorney, should do whatever you need to do in terms of making this right. This is a horrible scar that is now placed upon the city of Richmond, California. And when we talk about the likes of Nat Bates, we talk about Richard Griffin, we talk about George Livingston, we talk about all those individuals who sat right there in those seats as you guys have. I think now it's time to do them a justice and make sure that the Moore family is taken care of. God bless you all. Good night. Happy holidays.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Milam.
Yes, I would like to also express support for the Moore family. As a resident of Richmond, I've had the pleasure of working with both Mrs. Moore and Khadijah Phillips because of the work that they do in their nonprofit. And I know that they put their heart and soul in the city and they have a long history of investment. One of the things that we have to remember as we look at Richmond's history, as Rodney Alamo Brown pointed out, is that we do have a history, unfortunately, of African American migrants coming for a promise that is not fulfilled. And I think that it is important for us to be able to acknowledge that and acknowledge the role that gentrification plays in our community. And I think this is an opportunity to have a conversation and a discussion with a real life family who found out about this because it was on the surplus property list, and really understand what happened and how we could come to some kind of resolution. So I really hope that the council considers this. I think this is a great opportunity for a conversation to occur and for follow-up to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ashante.
Hi, my name is Ashante Phillips, and the previous speakers, my Khadijah and Beverly. Khadijah is my mother, and Beverly is my grandma, and I support them getting their land back. And I think that if something's being taken away from somebody and they thought it was going to be used for something and it literally didn't get used at all, and it's put such like of a burden on my grandma, like wanting her family land back, something that she had since she was a child, and something so traumatic happened to her, and her having that hope of having that land and having something that she can own so more generations can be able to like live there and have like something to like remember our family from. And I think I just support them openly. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you.
Next item is approval of the consent calendar. And just to remind everyone, item O2A, to advocate for state legislation that enforces the minimum marriage age of 18 years old with no exceptions. And item O2C, agreement with Tiny Village Spirits. Those two items will not be included in this vote.
Do I have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
A second.
Moved by McLaughlin and seconded by Robinson.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent. Our next item is item Q2. Item Q2 is to receive a presentation from the Richmond Task Force to Eliminate Gender-Based Violence, summarizing its impact with recommendations for addressing gender-based violence in Richmond, adopt a resolution recognizing November 25th, 2024 as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the beginning of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Appropriate $6,000 from the general fund balance for staffing and support. Request the city manager designate a staff person to serve as the official liaison to the Richmond Task Force to eliminate gender-based violence, to attend all task force meetings and provide technical assistance, advice, and support to the body, and to provide a follow-up report in approximately 6 months. Time to seek the city council support for specific recommendations, work plans, and actions to end gender-based violence in Richmond. We have in-person speakers, and if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
You may proceed.
Your microphone's off.
Is it on? Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Richmond City Council members, City Manager, Shasa Curl, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Catherine Rafe. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Director of Policy and Communications with the Latina Center. It's a privilege to be here today to present with the leaders of the Richmond Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence. And we do have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure if that's being shown. Oh, it is being shown? Okay, thank you. Perfect, great. The task force has, it's a privilege to be here today. The task force has asked me to provide some initial context to start off this presentation. I want to recognize first Jen Marshall with the West County Family Justice Center, who's been a co-manager of this planning team, and Richa Ruwala, a graduate student intern through UC Berkeley School of Public Health, who has been also a fantastic coordinator in this work. Thank you for making time for this presentation. The task force provided an initial presentation on May 28th earlier this year and is grateful for the opportunity to present again. I'll be providing some background slides and we'll go through them fairly quickly so that you have the opportunity to hear from 8 leaders who have joined us here today.
Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's okay. I can continue. There is a different version, so while that's being queued up, I'll carry on. Oh. I can just pull up one locally. Okay, so we have about 44 members who are on our task force and are supported by over 25 organizations. The founding partners include Councilmember Sohail Labana, Trina Jackson Lincoln, both with the city, Susan Kim with Family Justice Center, Jen Marshall, I've mentioned, Miriam Wong with the Latina Center, and Elaf Assouf with Assembly Member Buffy Wicks and Police Chief Bisa French. We've also had a number of advisors, community contributors, and a strong planning team with Jennifer, Richa, and 3 interns through Health Career Connections. This started in September 2022, so this is a little bit of background, when the Latina Center launched a campaign to end gender-based violence. Following that, we held a bilingual art contest and with the support of Love Your Black, and put up lighting banners with the winning design. We hosted the Latina Center with the partnership of Councilmember Bana, hosted the Ya Basta y Sin Miedo, Enough is Enough benefit concert to end gender-based violence at the Civic Center, September 30th of 2023. Following that, there were policy actions drafted and then listening sessions that were held with providers and survivors. The task force officially launched March 28th, and we did provide a presentation to the City Council May 28th. So I have a number of photos at this point in our presentation, but we can circle back to those. Really briefly, the purpose of the task force is to create recommendations on policies and actions that end gender-based violence in Richmond, that center the voices, lived experience, and leadership of survivors and community. So the goals are really to raise community awareness, develop and align policies and practices, create an inclusive decision-making table, and build sustaining collaboration.
I'm sorry, KCRT needs to move. The slides are up now. You may want to guide them which slide to show. Could you move forward?
Yes, could you move to, I believe it's 12. Yeah, if you could just quickly go through. And this is part of the agenda packet. Okay, yeah, perfect. So, and gender-based violence really quickly includes domestic violence, intimate partner violence, sexual violence, all forms of human trafficking, and other forms of violence based on gender across the lifespan. So our group really talked about big P and little p policy. Big P meaning city, state, federal regulation, actions, and little p meaning practices. These could include organizational. Oh yes, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, quick timeline. So the first meeting was held in May, second in June, and then we had meetings in July, September, and then just recently we had one last week. We also have 4 committees that have been meeting regularly. Next slide, please. Meeting 1 was hosted at the Family Justice Center. Meeting 2, next slide, please, was hosted at the Reentry Success Center. Next slide, please. Meeting 3 at Rubicon. Next slide, please. Meeting 4 at the Family Justice Center. And next slide, please. Meeting 5 at Rise Center. And you can flip through the next slides. Great. And the slide before that, if you could take a quick pause there. I wanted to turn it over to a speaker who is on Zoom, LaSharai Johnson, who will speak on this slide.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Lashari Johnson, and I am currently the West Contra Costa Family Justice Center Director. Here in the picture that we have that we're showing has our Dating Matters, or it's highlighting Dating Matters. And Dating Matters is a program, a 6-week program for youth. There's also a version called Parent Matters as well, but the focus of the program is to provide support and education to our youth about dating, safe dating, peer pressure, and things that youth are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. This program is a CDC approved curriculum, and we decided to share this program as we have piloted with the Family Justice Center in 2 Asian API communities. I'm sorry. One was in the Nepali community and one was a Laotian community. And we were able to work with parents to provide them with some support and just language and things that they could say and tips from the curriculum on how to support their youth that may be thinking about dating and want to learn more on just the dangers and the things that can come with that and empowering them. And we had this wonderful meeting with council member Sohaila, and they were talking about what can we do? What can we do for the youth in the city of Richmond to support them and to give them the tools that they need? And I was like, well, we have this amazing program at the Family Justice Center that we would love to try and pilot with a group of youth. And in the picture, you see Principal Pierce, who is the principal at De Anza High, and he thought it was an amazing idea and allowed us to work with one of his educators who was an English teacher, and she was going to administer the program during her 6th period class. She loved it and enjoyed the program or the curriculum so much, she decided to extend it and share it with the rest of her classes. So we were able to pilot the program back in May. I'm sorry, it was about February this year. And we were able to work with 90 kids and work with them. I was able to go into the classroom and just listen and just support the teacher at the time on administering the program. And it was a really great experience. A lot of the youth expressed just how they learned how to identify a safe adult, how to have conversations with their peers, and it provided an opportunity for them to talk about even some of the things that they had been seeing on campus, and have some support and like knowledge around like framing and how to talk about these things. So the program was really great, well received, and we're looking forward to piloting the program again next year.
Thank you so much, Lashari.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next slide, please. So these 44 task force members and 4 committees have been working on draft recommendations. Next slide, please. So now you're going to hear from leaders of the 4 committees and a little bit about what they're working on and some of their recommendations. Next slide, please. And I'd like to introduce Naya with the Chat Project, who will share. She is on Zoom, who will share about the Community Engagement and Education Committee.
Greetings, beautiful people. How are you doing? My name is Naya Bengaziani, and I am one of the co-directors at the Collective Healing and Transformation Project, also known as the Chat Project. We work out of the West Contra Costa County Family Justice Center office, and we support families and individuals who are experiencing interpersonal violence. We support them with restorative justice processes and just helping them come together and having a dialogue. So this topic is very close to home for my project and also just for myself. And when I think about the why, when it comes to our committee, we really wanted to be intentional about about shifting the narrative when it comes to gender-based violence and interpersonal violence. There is a common narrative among many different communities that it is a individual thing. It is silent and we don't talk about it. But something we came to a conclusion of in our committee is that gender-based violence is an everybody problem. And we have to have these conversations in order to move things forward, in order for folks to know that there are resources out there, and just a level of awareness is necessary for them to even know that there are places that can support them. Because as we know, there are many gender-based violence cases that are not even reported. So when folks have more awareness, they have more understanding of the fact that it is not normal. And even though you might have seen it all your life, it might be all you know, there are other alternatives, there are other options, and there is a way that they can transform and change their relationships, their families, and their life experience. So that is our why. And in the community engagement and education committee, we also talked about our priority population areas. And something that really hit close to home for us is just really connecting with the folks who are what we call the unheard. And these are folks who are not connected to community-based organizations. These are folks who are on the street or even just isolated, because something about gender-based violence, it breeds and it fosters isolation, silence, and we wanted to connect with those folks who don't necessarily know that this is a reality. And even though they're living it, they might not even know that it's something that they're going through. So we felt like it was super important to connect with the unheard in that population. And the different folks that go under that umbrella are survivors, city officials, people who cause harm, youth, and elders. And another thing I think I want to name, especially when it comes to people who cause harm, because I know sometimes it is a touchy topic for folks, but something that we talked about when it comes to community engagement and education is really breaking the binary thinking of supporting people who cause harm, because something that we know is very important is when we say survivor-centered work and survivor-centered services, then we have to support people who cause harm in order for violence to stop and not continue to be perpetuated. So that was something that was super important for our committee. And then from there, after we talked about the priority population areas, we went into like, what is our priority overall? Like, what do we want to focus on when it comes to our recommendations? And we pulled from one of the goals of the overall task force, and that was to raise awareness about gender-based violence. Even within our committee, we were having conversations, and there was a lot of tension when it came to answering the question, what does gender-based violence even mean? How do we want to talk about it? Do we just want to focus in on one? And we came to a conclusion that we can't just focus in on one. That's not what we're talking about here. And what does it mean for us to truly raise awareness? What does it mean for us to enhance language competency? How do we meet our community members where they are and we elevate them from there? And something else that we knew was so important is to activate community ambassadors. We know that folks don't always trust certain systems, which is why it is so important for us to connect with folks who have leadership, who have influence in their different community pockets, connect with them, train them, give them some awareness, give them some knowledge, give them some language so they can be that bridge, be that gateway of understanding when it comes to pouring back into their communities and letting them know that there are so many different options and resources for them so they don't have to continue to live in a world and an energy where violence is just present. So I think those are the main points that we wanted to share today. I am really honored and grateful to be on this committee, and I know that I've been a part of an amazing group of different individuals who are so strong-minded and intelligent, and it's been so beautiful these past 6 months to just really connect with one another, build, and really imagine and reimagine what does public safety look like in practice in Richmond, California, and then letting this be the blueprint for what can happen in other areas, and also tuning in and tapping into the knowledge, the wisdom, and the practices of what's already been going on all around the United States and even globally, because folks are doing this work and we acknowledge that. So we lean into the wisdom. In certain areas, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but we do want to say what is important for Richmond. So that is me, and I'm passing it to Lashare.
Excuse
Thank
me?
you, Naya.
If I might, how many speakers are there? How many speakers will you have?
Sorry, we have an additional 4, but we can keep it short.
Okay, because both speakers have spoken over 5 minutes each.
Yes.
So we have other business items to, so,
Okay.
but it's not to diminish the information that they share, because it's been fantastic to
if
know.
it's okay with you, I'd like to make sure to give the additional speakers left about a minute or 2 each, if that's okay. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Is it, Lashari, is it okay if we move to John, or did you have any last words?
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you bringing that up. And thank you so much, Naya. And the recommendations, I would say, even for all of us, right? And our main goal of you hearing all the work that we've done today is to really, in the effort of raising awareness about gender-based violence, is to launch an awareness campaign in Richmond. Like that's where we really want to move to, creating pathways for our community to learn more about gender-based violence, where they can see it, where they can learn about it, where they can take it back to their communities, and where they can be a resource and be a pathway. As Naya said, most people are not open to a lot of systems and organizations and all types of things, but people trust the people they know. And there's a lot of wealth, there's a lot of wisdom there, there's a lot of knowledge there. And I think that's where we can make a connection and really save lives and make a lot of impact in the community. So I am complete and thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. My name is John Cunningham Jr. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I work for Rubicon Programs. I'm going to be very brief, but I hope to be impactful. First word I want to leave you with is create. The word create. It's important that these recommendations be taken seriously so that we can create opportunities for people to learn new languages when we refer to people who cause harm. The reason why is because the people who cause harm, they often feel shame, and because of that shame, they don't want to be held accountable. And so the language that we use when we address them, we should change that language. I've heard using non-binary language. Some of those things are important. Changing the language is important so that we can invite them into the conversation. The second word I want to leave you with is disseminate. Disseminate. It is important that we have people who do the research that can help us to disseminate the information to the people who can provide the help. CBOs, city agencies, whatever that looks like, we need information and data to be collected so that that information can be used for the greater good of all of the recommendations that we're making to the council tonight. And then the last thing I'll say is the last word that I will ask you to take consideration of is focus. That word focus is that we need a focus group or a task force that will be specifically comprised of people who will allow the information that is received to do the best work for our people who cause harm. Prime example of that, and I'll stop after this, is that you have a 52-week batterers intervention program that many have to embark upon after incarceration. Well, we're spending money in places where that's not always the most effective way to use those resources. And so we get backlogged with people who are using those resources that may not really need them. And so we need to create a task force so that we can focus on where to redirect those resources to be the most effective. Thank you for your time. I'll pass it to Teresa.
Hello. I attended a listening session for survivors last December, which is how I became involved with the task force. I'm extremely grateful to be included as a member and leader of this task force and to have my voice heard. Domestic violence, DV, and gender-based violence, GBV, cuts across all cultures and socioeconomic statuses. It doesn't only happen to individuals that live in trailer parks that are drinking and on drugs, as evidenced by the video of Diddy violently abusing his girlfriend Cassie that surfaced earlier this year. Many more people are finally talking about it since the video came out. There are so many complex barriers to supporting survivors. For example, if someone goes to the doctor and reports that they have experienced domestic violence, the doctor is mandated by law to report that violence to the police. This keeps many individuals from seeking medical care. One reason is fear. If the person that hurt them is arrested, imagine how angry that individual will be when they return home. The victim very well may suffer more abuse. There are many more cases of DV and GBV than are reported. I know many individuals that have experienced DV and GBV that haven't reported their abuse for various reasons, including financial insecurity, worry about losing their children, and that it will make their situation worse, with more harm from the person that has hurt them previously. Looking back, as a survivor, I would have benefited greatly from having peer support available to me when I was going through my situation. Although I went through this many, many years ago, it still affects me to this day. A peer who has experienced DV or GBV can help with emotional support, listening, and resources, because when someone is in that type of situation, it's very lonely and isolating. You don't know who to trust. The task force is recommending peer support for victims and survivors and a statewide Medi-Cal peer support specialization for Medi-Cal certified peer support specialists. Peer support would be individuals with lived experience that survivors could go to and talk with them about their situation, empathize, and provide navigation for resources. This would be different than a domestic violence counselor and more like a community resource person. And advocate for the creation of a DV-GBV specialization as part of the statewide Medi-Cal peer support specialist certification. There are currently 4 specializations, but not one for DV or GBV. I currently work as a peer support worker for Contra Costa County Behavioral Health in West County. I provide support, resources, and systems navigation to families of individuals with mental health and/or substance abuse issues, and work with many others who provide peer support. I see the benefits of peer support every day, and it could make a huge difference in the lives of victims and survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence. Next up is Yenny Garcia. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. This was a big one for me, linguistic justice. Being able to provide support for survivors and victims in their own language. I myself, as a survivor, took me almost 37 years to come forward, and it's been a hassle. It's been empowering to have Sohaila, Miriam Wong, Catherine, and others in this task force support this work, because like myself, there's many of us that although we speak English and speak Spanish, we're still not able to come and speak out on the injustices that we have lived. Linguistic justice is not just being able to speak another language. It's not enough to have a bilingual person available. You need strategic language access plans so that you can communicate effectively and ethically in all situations and in any language with the communities we're supposed to be serving. Our culture and our language are not an addition, but a critical component of our education and the education that we take out. We matter. Our language, our culture matters, and that is how we shape how people learn. Our recommendations as a task force are to provide programs and services to people in own language so they can understand, heal, get the support, help their community in their own language, in their own culture, with their own beliefs, and help their whole community understand that we are here for them, that their experience matters, that they're not alone. Our recommendation also is to create training where certification for service providers and translators in multilingual support, linguistic justice, and multicultural empathy. Our second recommendation is to create public awareness about our multilingual campaign about domestic violence and gender-based violence. It isn't only women that suffer, it's also men and other genders that go through this. We need to create a conscious community that this affects everyone. And for that, we need a task force to support them, like all of us here tonight, to continue to bring in community leaders and people, organizations, small and large businesses, schools, and others, churches, so that we can be part of this change and bring out those folks that are scared in the shadows to speak out about their injustices. As a survivor, I'm here to say that you can't ignore us. We're here, we're talking about it, and this is just a start. I would hope that you will take these recommendations from our task force and move it forward and give us the full support we need to provide the actual support our community needs. I will actually now pass it on to our crime prevention manager, Michelle Milam. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much to the City Council, and I will be brief, but hopefully also impactful. I'm Michelle Milam, Crime Prevention Manager for the Richmond Police Department. And one of the things that this task force did is really try to look at how we utilize data. I want you to think about whether you have or know someone who's been impacted by gender-based violence. Maybe it's a mother, maybe it's a brother, maybe it's a sister. Think about it. Now, do you think of that person as a statistic, or do you think of that person as a holistic being that has all kinds of stories and needs and other things that come into play when it comes to being able to provide services for that person? So when we think about data, we're looking at traditional things like the service gaps. What data is there? What exists? Looking at prevention and intervention strategies. Doing the work. Who is doing the work and who is really trusted and represented that can get the stories, not only just the quantitative data, but the qualitative data of what is going on to be able to precipitate some of the violence that's happening so that we can come up with strategies on how to impact it. And we looked at things like trust and being inclusive and being able to understand that data can be triggering to some. I know that some of us hear those data and that statistic, but if we've experienced it, we experience it in a totally different way. And we understand that there are stories behind the data. So we really want to find a community clearinghouse where all this information can be available and where we can look at data that's helpful. And I will end with this. I did work with the East Bay Public Safety Corridor Partnership many years ago. We looked at the connection between community violence, and back then we were calling it domestic violence. And what we found is oftentimes these were the same households. And we were treating them as if they were two separate issues when actually they were the same issue with different lenses and different forms. So it's important for us to gather data and really understand how we put the data together and who are the authors of that data. And with that, I don't know if Irma Peralta is available or she's the last speaker, but I will pass it over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I am Irma Galloso Peralta.
And sorry, next slide, please. It's the third to last slide on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
And you can get started while they're doing that.
Okay.
Back one, I apologize. Back one more, please. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm talking about the resolution. We are globally and locally in Richmond. Gender-based violence, GBV, remains prevalent, and we are united to take action. November 21st, sorry, November 25th is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. November 25th, sorry, to December 10 is Unit 16 Days of Activism. Again, GBV, hashtag no excuses, hashtag unity. December 10 is International Human Rights Days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. So the resolution specifically honors the individuals and organizations that have served on this task force, and you can see the bullet points in the PowerPoint. It requests a staff person as liaison, allocation of $6,000 over the next 6 months, the city webmaster to create a link on the homepage to the task force Anchor website when it's launched. The city manager reports on task force and partnership on February 3rd, and the city council receives recommendations from this task force, final recommendations, in 3 to 6 months. Thank you so much. We appreciate the additional time.
Do we have speakers?
We have 2 in-person speakers, Cordell Hindler and Mark Wasberg.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council, and thank you, Catherine, and the rest of the presenters for this presentation. So I'm gonna keep it short because after looking at all this statistics, and I'm like, this is very serious to me because for me personally, I have survived abuse. I have survived, and believe you me, I've done it the hard way. So I said to myself, you know what? I'm not going to face this individual. So I moved head on. So as far as the resolution, I don't have no problem with it. So thank you, Councilmember Bonner, for bringing this item forward. So here's a simple task for you. So you look at the resolution, someone makes a motion, seconds it, and then $6,000 for additional staffing. I think that's very helpful. So I want you to make that recommendation as presented by staff, and that's it.
Mark Wasberg.
I'm getting confused on this. What type of violence are you talking about? What type of gender violence are you talking about? You talking about violence against transgenders? You talking about violence against women? Talking about violence against men, against children? See, they just come up here and they talk about this gender violence. They're not really explaining on who's the victim. And they keep on talking about this gender violence. Now I'm just sitting there, this one guy says he wants to change the language, right? This is how you confuse people. Just like they're using these pronouns, if, they, what, or they. Don't people have a first and last name? Don't people know between a male and a female? I mean, you know, there's always going to be hate in the world, but like I say, you can always eliminate the hate through people going through counselors, or if it's really bad, you might report them to police, or just take the law in your own hands and beat the crap out of them. Then they're going to realize to keep their mouth shut. That's what sometimes you have to do. But see, they need to come up here, they need to explain who's involved, what type of violence is against these people. Look what Trump's doing. He's kicking out all the homosexuals and lesbians and transgenders out of the military. As soon as he becomes president, they're gone. Ain't nothing nobody could do about it. Now, you call that it's like a political violence? But like I say, he has every right to do it because, you know, they shouldn't be in the military in the first place. But, you know, you people come up here, you need to tell the people what type of people are involved in this violence, you know, women violence. Well, believe you me, I know a bunch of women who out starting this stuff. I've been around professional people, and I know some women, they're just a pain in the ass.
That was our last in-person speakers. I don't see any hands online. So.
All right, thank you. You know, before we start thinking about who violence is directed toward. We just need to start thinking about violence, period. Violence in any form is not acceptable, but especially when it's misdirected by people's small-mindedness. Anyway, shall we move on to the next item?
Oh, this item has some actions.
I'm sorry.
May I make a
Yes,
motion
please, I'm
to
sorry.
pass the resolution? If there are no questions, I don't know you then.
No,
Any questions for the presenters?
No,
Then I'll make a motion.
I said what I had to say.
So,
Yes.
yeah. So just looking, first off, I want to say that I think that this is a great thing that needs to happen. It's clear why we need it, and definitely in support. I do feel like it's important to take a good look at the resolution, and I think there's elements of the resolution that maybe shouldn't be in the resolution at this point. And I'm looking specifically at 3 and 4. It feels like that at 2, when it says that we're committing to receiving the follow-up report from the task force to eliminate gender-based violence in approximately 6 months, which will seek city council support for specific recommendations, work plans, actions, and so on. I feel like that's a huge step. Like, let's get it that far. I think the next steps feels like the cart before the horse, you know? It's like we need to bring it back to council, need to listen to it, need to, see where you are before we commit further support resources and whatnot. I feel like it's not normal. Like normally a report happens, the task force goes away, they come back with recommendations, and then at that point you see what's going to happen next. So I would request that items lines 3 and 4 be removed from the resolution.
I will second that.
So that was a friendly amendment. Do you accept?
No, could you specify items
Oh.
3 and 4, what they exactly say and why you're opposing them?
So item 3 says it directs the city manager to work with the Richmond Task Force to eliminate gender-based violence, to review and consider the recommendations put forth by the task force and develop implementation actions, including but not limited to allocating resources to support survivors of gender-based violence, collective efforts for and GBV. The center's survivors and community, that center's survivors and communities collaborating with relevant county agencies, nonprofit, and other community organizations to implement policies and practices to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, support community-led initiatives aimed at eliminating gender-based violence in Richmond. Number 4, commits to holding itself accountable for progress by requesting a follow-up report from the city manager by February 3rd, 2025, outlining specific actions taken and or to be proposed for consideration for approval by city council. So I just think that these things it's too soon. It's like we need to get the report back and see what happens with that report. And at that time, this is something that could be proposed. It's kind of like before we even have the actual recommendations that the task force is going to put forward, it's already taking actions. And it feels too soon.
May I explain why we have that item there? The reason why that is the task force has been working very hard for months, and they're going to continue working hard for months. We would like to ensure feasibility of what they will bring forward in 3 to 6 months. We don't want them to bring ideas and propositions that are not reasonable. That is why we are asking the city manager to have a staff liaison to work with the task force to make sure everything that they're proposing is feasible within the city's budget, resources, future. So, and then they will come and ask the city council for approval.
Yeah. So I'm not saying, I am supporting the staff liaison and supporting the $6,000. So the staff liaison will be working with the task force ongoing. And so that's already going to happen. What I'm saying is that it's like already, before we even get the report back, it's taking additional steps. And I'm like, those are the steps that I feel like it's just too early. It's too early for those things. So we're like, yes to the liaison, yes to the money, yes to coming back to council, to report back. And then at that time, let's take the next steps together from wherever you all have gotten. You'll have the support. You can look at feasibility by working through that liaison. But like that's the normal process, right? That when a group brings, that's where they come and they report back, and then from there they have new recommendations and we can consider at that time.
It's up to the task force. I'm just facilitating a presentation. They've done most of the work. They need to decide if that's okay to change the resolution.
Actually, it's up to the council to decide.
Right, but I made the motion. I'm asking them, is that okay with them? So I accept a friendly amendment, and then we move on, if that's okay with
Excuse me.
you.
Once you're dealing with motions, that's amongst the council. The council deals with motions.
Okay.
So you can ask council members about amendments and changes, not the audience.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, there's no motion. There's a motion before, but it hasn't been seconded before we make amendments.
No, we did a friendly amendment, and I will
But-
second the friendly amendment.
My understanding is that there was no motion.
I did make a motion.
Oh, so,
Second to the motion.
Was there a second?
So I think I heard you make a motion to support the resolution, but can you make that motion, make it all in one motion to adopt the resolution with the with the friendly amendment, if that works, and appropriate the $6,000 and request the city manager designate a staff person all in one motion?
Sure. Yes. Did you just make that motion? Should I second it?
No, I'm asking, I think it should be your motion since you were
Thank
bringing
you. I
this.
appreciate it. Okay. I'll have the honor of making a motion to the city council to pass the resolution with specifically having the city manager have a staff liaison and allocating $6,000 to the task force, and then coming back for presentation.
With the friendly amendment to take 3 and 4 from the resolution.
Well, actually, we need a second first.
Who seconded?
Uh,
I don't second anything. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where we are.
I don't think anyone's made a second at this point.
If the resolution includes the removal of those things, then I think that I can second it, but I can't second it without the removal of those 2 things.
I'm trying to find out the text of the resolution. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front. Okay. Thank you.
I'll share my laptop with
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
And
That's okay.
while she's doing that, Vice Mayor Jimenez had her hand up. Did you still want to speak?
No, I think Councilmember Robinson clarified why I second her motion. So thank you.
I have a question on process. If I may.
Yes.
So, Ms. Nikki Messe, you are acting
Mike.
city manager.
Mike.
Thank you. You're acting city manager. So for staff, where are we getting the staff from? I know the city council, we have 1 person, and that person is on leave for the next 6 months. So I'm trying to make sure, as we're trying to appropriate staffing, we've been having a lot of conversation about staffing, that we are doing it correctly and we're not over-promising when we have no staff potentially. So we're about to make a commitment that might commit to something that we are not able to provide at this time if we don't know who that person is going to be.
Currently, we do not know who that person will be. We are book solid, so.
Yeah, I shared it with the city manager, and we initially requested for a deputy manager, and she said it should be a staff, so. Okay, I make a motion that we pass the resolution without items 3 and 4.
Okay, so I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Bana and seconded by Councilmember Robinson. And
So can I just finish my question though?
Yes.
And thank you for answering that. So again, I want to make sure that we're not over-promising and we're going to be delivering. So we don't have a staff person yet. Our only staff person for city council is out on leave. So we're going to find someone in another department, and we're okay to deliver this.
I do not know if we're okay to deliver, but we are short-staffed.
Is staff required for the?
It's the motion.
For 1 and 2? Okay.
Can I say, so, this is one of those things where I understand we're understaffed, but if we're actually going to take this on as a city task force, it is not easy to navigate city systems and to understand, how to move things forward and what things are appropriate for the city or the county or the whatever. So I actually feel like I don't know how effective the task force can be with really bringing forward viable solutions without having somebody who understands the city system supporting their work. So I think that it is kind of an essential thing. I don't know where the staffing is going to come from. I don't know if it's a matter of timing. I don't really know. But I don't see how this task force can actually bring forward like impactful work that is actually meshed with the city and not working from the outside without it.
Thank you.
Mayor, the city manager has her hand raised to make a comment.
City manager?
We can't hear you.
Still can't hear you.
Okay, I know she was on her phone earlier, so is she? I don't know if she's on Zoom video and then on her phone sound.
Maybe Richard can help out.
May I explain something? The request for a staff person is not a full-time staff person, it's just to attend the meeting and consult, the task force could consult with them to make sure the recommendation and policy suggestions are feasible. So it's not that much of time commitment within the next 3 to 6 months. We may have 2 to 3 meetings and additional a few hours just to hash it out.
Okay, so I'm sure we can spare 12 hours.
I'll speak with the city manager and see what we can do.
Are we able to get the city manager on? Is she?
Still some kind of technical difficulty.
We've been trying.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to clarify that the 6,000 and the city staff liaison is in the resolution. I had forgotten that. So anyway, so your motion is fine as is, yeah.
Yes. So I made the motion, it was seconded, and can we move on?
Ready?
Yeah?
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent. The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next item under budget is item P1, to receive an update on capital improvement projects.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director. And with me tonight, I have the pleasure to have Mr. Robert Armijo, our City Engineer and Deputy Director for Public Works, and also Mr. Joseph Munoz, our Capital Projects Manager. Also in the audience, we have some other Public Works staff that can easily be identified if they are wearing a blue jacket. We're going to talk tonight about an update on the capital projects or capital improvement projects, and we want to make an introduction into the programmatic funding approach. Are you able to see that in the screen right now? Perfect. So by no means, this is we're going to present all the solutions for the city, but we want to introduce what we believe will be a good step forward to make a lot of infrastructure improvements. In the agenda today, we're going to talk about the CIP dashboard, the active projects updates, existing programs updates, existing project prioritization criteria, active projects budget shortfalls, approved unfunded projects, project versus programmatic approach, and programmatic approach timeline. But before that, I want to just make a very quick short story. A little over 2 years ago, I joined the city as the next Public Works Director. At that time, I remember coming to the City Hall and asking where's the engineering staff. And they pointed to me, Mr. Killen. Killen was our intern, and that was our engineering staff. Since then, and thanks to the City Council, the City Manager, HR, Finance, different departments that have helped us so much in people that have passed the word that we need engineers and staff. The engineering, this is just engineering, not all, the whole Public Works Department, but just engineering. Since then, we have hired 1 city engineer, 1 capital projects manager, 4 senior engineers, 2 assistant engineers, 1 junior engineer, 1 engineering infrastructure administrator, 1 permit technician, 1 associate planner, 2 environmental compliance inspectors, 1 senior accountant, 1 senior administrative analyst, and 1 executive secretary. And that is only in engineering. This has happened in the past 2 years, and it would be great if all happened the same day. But just to give you an example, the last member of this list joined us 3 weeks ago. So the average time that our staff has been with the city has been 13 months. When you talk in HR terms, 1 individual needs between 18 to 24 months at least to familiarize with the new organization and start producing a lot of results. So we are under that threshold, but still with that, I am very proud to say that this team has made big progress, and I hope you can see that in the next slides. The first one that we want to present is to bring back the Capital Improvement Program dashboard. The link is at the bottom of this slide, and this was presented to the City Council back in March of this year. This was the first effort of our staff to show and share with the community all the projects that the city had. One of the first, if not the first, task that Joseph had when he joined the city less than 2 years ago, actually a year and a half ago, was to, we lost all our staff. We don't have institutional knowledge. We're not clear how many projects we have. We're not clear in which state and status they are. We're not clear how much money they have. Do they have enough budget? Are they short? What is it? Do they have grants? All that information. And since then, he and other staff in engineering have put together this list and created this dashboard. One important person here is our engineering infrastructure administrator, Mark, who was the engineer behind this dashboard. And as you can see, now we have identified 88 projects. And for all of you, in reality, the number was 84 up to last week. So we can realizing that there's some data that we are putting together to make sure everything is in our dashboard. So when you go to our dashboard, you can see there are 7 different programs, You can see the general and public safety facilities, parks and recreation improvements, Port of Richmond improvements, streetscape rehabilitation, traffic safety improvements, transportation improvements, and water resource recovery. And you can see the number of active projects per program, and the total of 88. In this slide, you can also see how many has been substantially completed. And when we say substantially completed, that means that in the field, they are done. The physical improvement is complete. However, there's another phase that is the closeout that needs to happen. This is the part that the staff needs to request reimbursement from grants. That, by the way, when we started this process, we were $6 million in negative in grants, and we recovered all that money already. Now, whatever we have to recover is new grants that have appeared in the last 2 years. So we have substantially completed 19 projects out of the 88. We expect to complete, for the remaining of this fiscal year, 28 more. 13 in fiscal year 25-26, 19 in 26-27, 7 in 27-28, and 2 in 28-29. When we said project completion, we're talking about the execution will be done. So we are working in every single of these projects in a different phase. You can see here the first 9 projects that have been completed this fiscal year. You have the Slurry Seal project, the Quick Build Cutting Hoffman, the Quick Build Harbor Way South cycle track, the Auditorium Convention Center upgrades, lighting and electrical, that I'm very proud to say that due to this improvement, we were able to bring back the APWA NorCal conference to Richmond. That is the American Public Work Association. Then the Booker T. Anderson Community Center fire restoration, that was the original project, that's phase 1. Then we added a phase 2 that included a project that was to do the HVAC renovation, and another project that it was other community, the Booker T. Anderson Community Center infrastructure improvements. We also have the Dirk World Bike Park and the Dornan Drive Force Main rehabilitation. The other projects in this list of 19, the next 10, are the flood risk reduction at Rim Creek, the greening of Yellow Brick Road, the Greenway rehab and bike education, grid and aeration replacement, processing building ventilation at the port, the Rigas Loft painting at the port, Santa Rita Road stabilization. That was an emergency project that started 2 years ago with the winter, but that was in January of 2023. The street paving, Cutting Harbor Way South Bikeway, and the transformative climate community e-bike share and the Yellow Brick Road. These are the projects that have been completed this fiscal year. Now, we expect to complete more projects this fiscal year, as I mentioned. Some of them may extend a little bit into the summer. That would be the beginning of next fiscal year, but all these projects are in different phases. So you can see the order of this project before we get a little bit carried away here. They're alphabetical. There's no by importance. We don't see in which district they are. We're just ordering alphabetically here due to the name of the project. And you can see the current phase and the funding status. Majority of them fully funded, some of them partially. This is always the list from 24-25. So we expect to complete 28 projects by the end of this fiscal year. In 25-26, we have 13 projects that we expect to complete. Again, right now they're in design phase or they're queued, they're either bid award or planning phase, but by these fiscal years when we believe we're going to have all the construction done. They are fully funded except for one of them. And we're going to talk more about them in future slides. Then in 26-27, we have 19 locations, or I'm sorry, 19 projects. And you can see there the current phases and the funding status. And to point out, it's the soccer field restroom parks that is a project that is funded with ARPA funds. You can see it here that in number 17, that in these years when we expect all these projects to be completely constructed. So you can see completion in the summer of 2025 for the Martin Luther King Park restroom and the Wendell Park field renovation. And in the fall of 2026, we have the Shields Reed Park renovation. 2027, we'll expect to complete 7 out of the list that we currently have, and in 2028, 2 of them. And with that, we move to our existing programs. So we can say right now, staff can say right now that we have 3 existing programs, well-defined, that have received funding, or at least in the last 2 years, that you can consider like a program that is, well, it's been funded. Others are projects, not programs yet. So in the payment program, we're talking about a payment, we're talking about the program includes regular inspections to assess payment conditions using the Payment Condition Index, PCI. As you remember, back in February of this year, staff and consultant NCE made a presentation about the payment condition in Richmond and defining the PCI as a score that every single street section receives in the city of Richmond that goes from 0 to 100. 0 would be basically a destroyed roadway, 100 would be a brand new roadway. Then the traffic calming program, this program addresses excessive vehicle speeds and residential streets, primarily through traffic calming measures such as speed humps, speed tables, signage, and pavement marking. I want to make this distinction because we have received this question from City Council in previous City Council meetings, and I have to recognize we have not been able to distinguish very well these 2 programs, and we want to take advantage of this opportunity to do it, to separate what is the traffic calming versus the traffic safety. These improvements into the traffic calming program are typically a smaller scale and can often be constructed by public works operations crews. This program, or the program, will adhere to the guidelines established by resolution, City of Richmond Resolution 6296, ensuring that speed control undulations are installed in strict compliance with city standards, criteria, and procedures, including obtaining neighborhood and emergency services support, avoiding installation of utilities or near critical infrastructure, and ensuring City Council approval for specific locations. Now, the traffic safety program focuses on implementing targeted safety measures throughout the city to address specific traffic hazards and improve mobility for all modes of transportation. Improvement may include stop signs, red curbs, crosswalk, traffic circles, and enhancement to traffic signal infrastructure such as new signals, timing adjustment, or upgrades. These measures are aimed at reducing collision and addressing safety concerns at individual locations. Some projects may be completed in-house, while others may require external contractors or further study. I want to stop for a moment to just present a little bit of information about what I've done in the pavement management program. Number one, we want to applaud the City Council for increasing the funding in the pavement program this year, considerably increasing the funding, because the roadways is the city public infrastructure, the biggest public infrastructure asset that the city has, that the taxpayers have in the city of Richmond. You can see here on this map what have been done in 2024. The streets highlighted in blue are streets that were slurry sealed during the contract this past summer, and the roadways in red are the city crew work. There is different treatment. You can find this map on the link below under the map itself. Talking about the payment management program, and this is information that was presented before, but this actually comes, this was not presented before, I'm sorry, because this is the result of the last PTAP report of 2024 for field inspections performed in 2023. When we made the presentation to you back in February of 2024, we didn't have this report yet. So the asset value, all the Richmond roadways have an asset value of approximately $590 million. And there are 290 centerline miles. The average PCI, or the overall PCI in the city of Richmond, as the beginning of this year, was 60. Now you can see how our streets are split in the city. You can see that 12% of them are in excellent condition, 22%, over 22 are in good condition, 30% are in fair condition, 23% are in poor condition, and 11 or basically almost 12%, are in failed condition. And you can see the PCI range that defines that condition, and also the corresponding square feet. And again, the PCI is the payment condition index that I mentioned that goes from 0 to 100. These are the type of treatments that, in general, that can be applied to different levels of streets. You cannot apply all type of treatments in any street. It depends on the condition of the street. But just to give you an example how the cost in arterials, collectors, and residentials jump from one treatment to another. So what we try to do is catch in the roadways before they jump to the next condition. That means it's not all the best streets, it's not all the bad, the worst streets, it's streets before they jump, they drop onto the next condition that is going to make it more expensive. And finally, talking about payment, we're talking about the different budgeted scenarios. As I said, you can see in the graph in 2023, 2024, we started at 60, a PCI of 60. In the presentation in February, we talked about an investment of $50 million per year that would bring this PCI score up to 65. Right now, with the work we did this year, the estimates discussing with the consultants is that we probably raised the PCI by 0.6, so we're not even at 61 yet. We're getting close. But definitely, we keep, or we're going to keep asking City Council to consider keep investing in your biggest infrastructure asset that you have, and so we can bring it in the next 5 years to bring it up by 5 points, which would bring us to 65. And 5 points, believe me, makes a big difference on the residents. It's very noticeable. It's far from where we would like to be, but it would be a great improvement. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Mr. Joseph Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. As Daniel stated, my name is Joseph Munoz, the Capital Projects Manager. I'll be providing an update on the traffic calming and safety programs. And on this slide, you'd see that the update here for the 18 locations identifies that 7 of the locations have been completed. The first one was in September of 2023, and most recently, we've completed one just this past month. Just wanted to remind everyone that this list was generated and approved by council in November of 2022. At that time, that list was completed through concepts, not necessarily designs that our contractors or our crews can build off of. So during this time frame, during that time until today, we've been working on completing the designs for them so that we can either put them through bid and award for a contractor to complete, and or perhaps do a change order through an existing contract, or with assistance from our public works crews, have them build out those sites. And as you can see, the primary ones that were completed, number 1 through 6, were with the help of our public works crews. Furthermore, we have 2 locations that are in construction now, whether pending for completion. We anticipate those to be completed in December, and that is number 8 and number 9. And then all the following ones here, it's part of a job order contract that we put out for bid. We're working with the departments to ensure we get a fully executed contract. We'll proceed with contract work order number 1, preceded by number 2 and 3. I did want to provide a correction here on 17 and 18. Those ones for construction start should read February of 2024. Also, I realized I did not put a explanation of what RRFB is. That is a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Next slide. So besides the 18 locations, we all know through many meetings and presentations that back in July, it was through City Council's recommendation that we create a project page for a place that we can put in inquiries. And so through your guys' guidance, we've now obtained close to 495 traffic calming and safety requests. After that, around 6 months later, we've worked with a consultant to validate those requests to ensure that they do belong in this database. This data was not just obtained through our city's website, but through our eTrack-It portal as well. We took those sites, and if you're asking, well, what's a site? Well, a site could be if you had multiple inquiries, community requests within an area. And if the consultant, the engineer that was reviewing them felt, hey, if you're going to go out there and have an analysis done, it'd be best to do it all together. Instead of sending them 6 separate locations, you'd do it all together at once. So we created sites. So now we're saying we have 190 sites. Then we started to think to ourselves, with 190 sites, where do you start? So just internally, so we can find a way to digest all this information, through the assistance of staff, we've created a beta scoring system that mirrors the local road safety plan and the bicycle ped action plan, just so that we can quantify those sites to figure out, which ones agree more with these plan sets. Because they all agree, the question is, how much more? So we just need to put a weight to it. That data is highlighted here in this table to the right, top right, consists of collision data, high engineering network, equity priority community, and you can think of it as just land use, like what facilities are near the inquiry. So this is just another data point for us, just so we can analyze the information. But as we did that, we realized there was an overlap between existing plans that was recently adopted. And we can go to the next slide for that. So on our city's website, the links below, there's a Travel Safe Richmond effort there. And it highlights the bicycle pedestrian action plan as well as the local road safety plan. And when we're looking through it, we realized that in the bicycle pedestrian action plan, they identified 111 pedestrian project sites. Going to that link, you'll get more details of how they came about that during that process. Perhaps some of you guys were a part of it. But they said in phase 1, fall of 2021 to winter of 2021-22, they had various community engagement activities. Followed by phase 2, which was in winter of 2021 to summer of 2022, they had project recommendations. And from there in phase 3, in fall of winter of 2022, they had a draft plan which was eventually adopted in 2023. So in that plan set, you can see the community engagement, the outreach that they did under the bicycle pedestrian action plan. When looking at that plan and comparing it to the data we did receive from the communities, there is some overlap. So the thought process here is potentially moving forward, we can use the funding under the traffic calming program to help facilitate and actually implement the bicycle pedestrian spot improvement locations and the surrounding locations. A sample of that, or example of that, is Solano and San Pablo. That intersection is actually highlighted in the bicycle and pedestrian action plan. It's actually considered one of the high priority locations. It's one of the 31 that's highlighted here. As we said, high priority, and there's 31. It's actually one of them there. So when we looked at that data, we said, hey, there's adjacent inquiries nearby. So what we ended up doing was having a traffic engineer review not only just that high priority location, but the adjacent ones. So think of it as those sites that I was just mentioning, that 190. So instead of sending a traffic consultant to just one site and then kind of not look at other data and then send them to another, that's essentially how we came about moving forward with that location. For more information, definitely please proceed. The link is there on the Travel Safe Richmond for those 2 plan sets. Next. Now in the immediate term, we do have a bunch of sites and we do have a bunch of requests. So in the local road safety plan, it highlights, essentially how to do this analysis. And so what we've done was we looked at all those inquiries and basically identified over 40 stop sign requests. So we have a process here. And what we intend to do this December is release this request for proposal to our on-call transportation consultants to go ahead and begin that analysis for the stop signs. And with that said, it takes approximately, from current conversations I've had, approximately 3 months to complete. So what we're intending to do is do the analysis during this winter, and if they have recommendations, whether it's red curbs, stop signs, et cetera, high visibility crosswalks, that will be identified through that analysis. This list is currently being finalized still based off of the information in the, 495 inquiries. And then moving forward, we'll work on communication to ensure that that list is put on our website so everyone's aware. Because obviously here, this is a pretty zoomed out approach here. But we'll have that information once that RFP is put together. Next slide. So I've talked about a lot of stuff. So how do we put it together? A roadmap. So again, reminder. So in November of 2022, council approved 18 traffic calming locations. This was really in a planning phase. We didn't really have designs or anything with that. Then in July of 2023, through City Council's request, we created a traffic calming webpage. So along with eTrackit, our city portal, we created a separate one for traffic calming. Then that's when we started getting inquiries. From there, we finally completed our first location. That was in September of 2023. We took those concept plans, developed plans through those 6 months, and then got assistance from our public works crews and ops to complete that. Now, as we were working internally to get the 18 locations through design, we then created this beta scoring map that we were just mentioning earlier on a previous slide. That's something for us just to analyze internally. And as we're going through it, we said, wow, there's a lot of data. So then we created those groupings, as we're saying, sites, where if there's nearby inquiries, let's call it a site, and that's how you proceed with an analysis. So we stopped there. Then, through City Council's proposals and assistance, we were able to hire an associate transportation planner. Janny, I believe, Lockman's right here as well. So now we're forming the team here, so that someone can continually work on developing both traffic calming and safety programs. As stated, we're releasing the RFP for stop sign requests in the immediate term, which will be this December. And then we anticipate that the future locations, using the existing budget from fiscal year 24-25, aligning it with the bike ped action plan and considering the community requests in those 190 sites, will be worked on and released in February to our consultants for review. In March, we finally get the 18 locations, calming locations completed. We'll also have the stop sign analysis completed, which, like I stated, takes approximately 3 months. And then finally, provide an update to City Council towards May of 2025. Through that, this development phase here, as highlighted here, through winter to spring, this is later you'll have some slides about this programmatic approach. So that's how we're considering moving forward with the traffic calming and safety program.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. In my portion of this presentation, I'm going to discuss with you our active project prioritization criteria, active project budget shortfalls, and briefly review the city-approved but unfunded project list. For our active projects, staff has listed the CIP budget priority, strategic goals and objectives, and the City Council's proposed project criteria. In the subsequent slides, you're going to see how we coded these 3 different pieces of data into our list. It's important to show the project criteria to allocate resources effectively and while ensuring the project aligns with the city's goals and community's needs. For the criteria overview, so I'm looking at the left side of this chart, the CIP budget priority. I will describe the key factors driving the prioritization. So for a priority A, projects are designated as mandatory because of legal and/or regulatory obligations, safety concerns, or the project is ongoing or underway in its development currently. For a priority B project, they're designated necessary because they rely on outside agencies for funding. For example, the city may have a grant obligation that it needs to fulfill. And then we have a priority C projects, which are desirable because they enhance the appearance of city facilities. Now I'm going to move on to strategic goals and objectives, which is on the right upper hand of the slide. Each project may serve a single or may have multiple city strategic goals and objectives. In the slide on the right-hand corner, you can see the city's 6 strategic goals and objectives. And I won't read through all of them, but I just want to point out that there's 6 of them, and they're listed by number in the subsequent slide. And then finally, we have the City Council's proposed project criteria. City Council has directed that projects should be evaluated for 5 criteria: legal compliance, funding obligations, health and safety, housing facility, and quality of life. So we give those each codes in the following spreadsheet, which is LC for legal compliance, funding obligation is FO, health and safety is HS, housing facility is HF, and quality of life is QL. This is a reminder, Council had directed this input based on feedback provided during our March 5th, 2024 council meeting. Next slide. All right, so here's the spreadsheet that I was talking about prior. This, so you can see in the columns that we've listed the CIP budget priority, strategic objectives, and the City Council's proposed criteria. So just as an overview on the spreadsheet, many projects face financial challenges due to rising costs, scope adjustment, low initial estimates, or funding limitation. You'll see on this slide we have listed 13 projects that are facing budgetary shortfalls. For example, some specific projects that we're facing funding gaps are the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2. We have a funding gap of about $3 million, and the Neighborhood Complete Streets project, which has a funding shortfall of about $6.5 million. Staff has a couple different efforts to address the shortfalls, which is staff's always on the lookout for grant opportunities. For example, with the Point Mulati Beach Stabilization Project, we're collaborating with our project partner, the East Bay Regional Parks District, to look for grants that could assist with that project. Also, we always look in our projects to see if there's a way to value engineer or optimize our resources on any project. And then finally, I just want to reassure council and the community that these challenges are being actively addressed to ensure timely and successful project delivery. Next slide, please. All right, the next 3 slides I'm going to cover are approved yet unfunded projects. I won't read through each project. I'll let you review the list, but I'll make some comments along the way. So the approved unfunded projects are those projects that are conceptually approved by City Council but lack any necessary funding for implementation. The importance of these projects is that many of these align with the city's priorities and could potentially address critical community needs in areas like infrastructure and public safety. Some examples from this particular list that you're seeing now are the auditorium interior lighting improvements, which has a shortfall of about $9 million, and the Art Center HVAC system upgrade, which is about $500,000. These projects are part of a long-term vision for Richmond and serve various public interests. Next slide, please. Please note that these unfunded projects span multiple categories, including transportation improvements, which address mobility and safety gaps, and community enhancements, which support livability and quality of life. The total estimated costs were derived from the financial year 22-23 CIP budget book, which emphasized the financial scale of unmet needs. Just a note on incremental progress. You'll notice that the funding that we show that could potentially fund the projects span multiple financial years, And this is a way that the funding can be provided in increments through financial year while still making progress on the projects in order to make them shovel ready. And so again, all the funding isn't necessarily needed at once. The funding can be delivered by financial year in the way that we've shown on this chart. Next slide, please. So what's our path forward? For a path forward for staff, we wanted to note that there are ongoing efforts to secure funding through, again, as I mentioned, grant applications and external partnerships, and also advocating for future budget allocations through discussions like we're having tonight. It's important also with all of these projects and with their programmatic approach to funding CIPs, that it's always important to engage with our stakeholders in the community to prioritize and advocate for these projects. And then we're also highlighting this list of projects to be transparent and to keep council informed about progress and opportunities to fund these vital initiatives. We could, through our collaborative efforts, bring these projects to fruition by considering a programmatic approach to funding. Perhaps these projects could receive future budget allocations through this methodology, which will be covered now by Daniel.
So we presented the 88 projects, CIP projects, active projects. We presented when 19 that were completed and when the other ones will be completed. We presented a list of 13 out of those 88 that has funding shortfalls. And we presented a list of 3 slides of projects that are not part of the 88 that have no funding, but have been brought up at some point to the city council that in 2023 were adopted as part of the budget. So even they are not funded, we cannot ignore. We are bringing it back to the city council for your direction, your guidance. So when you see all that, we have a lot of different competing needs. And what we want to focus now is how we can separate from a project-by-project funding approach and go more in that program approach. That yes, the program approach is going to lead to projects. In the end, it's projects that makes the improvements in the infrastructure. But we want to see the issues, the challenges via the program length. So switching from funding individual projects to funding programs align spending with city policies, leading to better use of resources over time. We have different benefits, fund projects based on long-term plans, like the list that we're going to present. They work better with partners, bundle projects together, plan work in a logical order, so we don't pave and the next year trench to replace the sewer lines. We want to trench first, replace the sewer lines, and then pave, just to give a very simple example. Consider long-term costs, support public art, and focus on sustainability. So this slide is the simplest way to explain how the workflow would work in each program. We mentioned 7 programs before, right? Those are the 7 programs that we have in the general for infrastructure, the ones that we are creating. So each program will be analyzed individually. So the program will have adopted projects, let's say out of the 88 CIP list that we have, approved unfunded projects out of the 3 slides that we showed that has no funding, new project requests, projects that the city council may bring up or other community members may bring up or the staff can bring up, and then the data or plans or reports that we have available or that we need to create. We take all that information and we combine it with a practical input from stakeholders in the community. When I say practical is, we can spend years and years collecting information, but not executing. I mean, the trade-off is the more levels of input we put, which we're not against it. The trade-off is the time is going to be longer. So it has to be a practical way in which we receive this input, and then we can respond to them and include them in this analysis for program by program. One example is in the plans that have been executed or adopted by the City Council, community input has been involved already. So it's not that they were ignored. And also in this, each individual program, we want to have a program-specific scoring criteria. So we can put a score to each of the projects. So we take all those projects under the same program, and we analyze the priority and bring a 5-year program plan for that program. Let me give you a simple example, and just to get the Councilmember Bana's attention. It's the fire stations, for example. Currently, and I have brought this up in other meetings, when we compare priorities in projects, we are comparing a fire station need versus a park need or versus a traffic safety need. And that makes it very difficult because the three of them have different needs. Ideally, we would have to put a specific amount of funds into all safety, public safety program that includes fire stations, EOCs, and that can we compare, and we put a specific amount of money every year, and we compare fire station A versus fire station B versus fire station C, and so forth. And then we create a 5-year plan. In year 1, this is what we're going to do. In year 2, we're going to do this. In year 3, in year 4, in year 5. So it might be that the decision, and of course, in this example, the fire department will be part of all this analysis. In this example, for example, one way would be the result could be that this program is going to go building by building. So fire station A will be rehab in year 1, fire station B in year 2, and so forth. Or it could be that no, in year 1 we're going to replace the roof of 4 stations, right? And in year 2 we're going to complete the roof of the rest station. So now we have all roof. And in year 3 we're going to focus only on 1 building, and so forth. So the strategy will change program to program, and that's just one example. So we're going to have, in the end, specific programs will have a specific list of projects per year based on the funding that program will receive. So just one of the input to this analysis, data and plans and reports. So going to the next slide, you can see existing plans that we already have in the city. From the 2024 Pavement Technical Assistance Program, the PTAP report, that's for the pavement that we show a few slides before. And then we have other, like the Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan of 2023. If you notice, the list of traffic calming program, the list of 18, was selected in November of 2022. And then in February of 2023, the Bicycle and Pedestrian Action Plan that provides a step-by-step addressing most of the traffic calming and traffic safety concerns the community has and the City Council has, addressed it already there. There's a plan, like step-by-step. So we can ignore it and try to do something else, or we can go and follow that plan that was adopted by the City Council in February of 2023. And our recommendation is, let's do it, let's do that. And once we do that, we're going to address most of the needs of the community, and we can use the programmatic approach to cover other locations. And I'm going to explain more in a little bit. Then you have, for example, we have a sidewalk field assessment that we performed last year, a very basic assessment, but that gave us information to know how much money we need to invest. A local road safety plan in 2022, the Richmond Ferry to Bridge to Greenway in 2021, the Stormwater Master Plan of 2021, and so forth. I mean, I'm not going to read all of them, but you have them here. We have extensive plans. Some of them may need some updates, of course, but what we propose is let's use them as a base, and if we're going to need the the help of consultants, let's not have a new program. Let's take what we have and how can we update it, and let's give a sequence, what we need to do, A, B, and C. Some of these plans don't give you that level of detail, like the bicycle and pedestrian action plans. They just give you general recommendations. So for those that give general recommendations, we need more, no. Let's work with the consultant to go in more detail, what is the sequence that we need to follow. And then we have other upcoming plans like the 2025 Public Right-of-Way ADA Transition Plan, the 2025 Zero Emission Vehicle and Infrastructure Transition Plan, and the 2025 Facility Needs Assessment. So now we go to the slide that I'm probably more excited about, because we take these 7 programs, and you can see on the first column, general and public safety facilities, parks and recreation improvements, streetscape rehabilitation, traffic safety improvements, transportation improvements, and these are programs non-enterprise. And then the other 2 programs that are enterprise, the Port of Richmond improvements and the water resource recovery, 7. But we go even a little bit more in depth and create sub-programs, because under the general and public safety facilities, for example, we have 3 sub-programs. One is the building and facility improvements. What are they? This building, for example, the city hall, the auditorium, a community center, right? Then we have encampment abatements, infrastructure. We're talking about infrastructure. Sometimes we need to provide some barriers to avoid having other situations that may create some hazardous cases. We need to provide some barriers to avoid having in the same position, but for those barriers, we need to invest money, maybe in boulders, maybe in different specific type of fences. So that is infrastructure regarding encampment abatement. And then the public safety improvement, that is example I gave, like the fire stations, right? So if you see just those 3 lines, and I'm just giving you an example, we're saying that in the first one, for building and facility improvement, we need at least a minimum, and that's our initial estimate, at least a minimum of $5.5 million per year. This is not a one-time, it's per year. Then we need in encampment abatements, we need $1 million per year. Public safety improvement, we need $4 million per year. But, what's the saying? But wait, there's more. We need to keep into consideration that in the city policy, for any CIP project, $300,000 or more, we need to put aside 1.5% into the public art fund. And so we may apply to a grant, and the grant gave us, but the grantor gave us the money. But so far, I haven't found a grantor or a grant that says, yes, use $1.5 million, 1.5% of that into your public art fund. It has to come from the city. The city has to put that amount. So we want to add that 1.5% on top of those minimum amounts that we're showing here. But there's more. We also need to apply for grants and manage grants and have a staff dedicated completely to grants, so we don't miss any opportunity to apply for grants, and we can report and recoup our money timely. That way we can have better opportunities to access to more grants. So we're saying let's put aside 1% for that purpose, grant management. But there's more. You make an improvement, then you have to maintain it. So we need about 10% for that. We need to have a staff that can dedicate. You build a new park, somebody has to maintain it. The staff immediately say, okay, we can maintain all this, but you're adding more. It looks beautiful the first year, the second year, but by the third year, you start seeing deterioration. And then we're adding another 10% in escalation or inflation. Now, we added to 22.5%, and that's what you see in the last column on the right, fully loaded, right? And they rounded. So when we say we need 5.5 million, we actually need 6.738. Now, this is something that is not set on stone. This is what we present. The City Council can tell us we don't agree with those percentages. I think it should be less, it should be more. That's fine. We are going to do what the City Council believes is the best way to go. But what we're asking is we need to consider these additional expenses. Then we go to media beautification. Parks and open spaces, and when we talk about parks and open spaces, parks, the name explains it, but there is play structures. That in open spaces, we're talking about with abatement, fire hazard mitigation efforts. So we're asking for $2.5 million every year just to do that. And then we go to a streetscape rehabilitation, pavement management. We're asking for $50 million. Yes, we're doing that because we want to raise our PCI score to 65. But again, the city council may say, well, we can reduce that, we can add more, that's fine. Then sidewalk and ADA curb ramps, we're asking for $5 million every year, at least. Street lights. If you drive right now, especially in the winter, you are going to notice that Richmond has a lot of dark locations. And we're asking for $2.5 million on a yearly basis so we can bring light to the city. Urban forestry, we're asking for $3 million every year. And we're talking about, we can go more in details. I'm pretty sure you're going to have more questions here, and that's why we have some other staff joining us today. I'm going to share all the questions you have. Complete streets, $5 million. Neighborhood traffic calming, $250,000. And then this neighborhood traffic calming, we're talking about these speed bumps in neighborhoods, right? You cannot put based on our resolution, we're not supposed to install speed bumps in arterials and collectors. Say route to school, $500,000. Traffic safety, $4 million. Traffic signal, $30 million. So we need to bring our traffic signals up to date. They're really behind. And replacing an intersection, around, roughly speaking, is $1 million each. We have 130 intersections, 30 million, and we want to implement this plan. Actually, I haven't mentioned that. This is thinking in a 10-year period, doing this investment every year for 10 years. Bicycle and pedestrian improvements, $1 million. And the zero emission and infrastructure transition, not the plan. We're working on the plan, but the plan, to put in the shelf, doesn't work. The plan is going to tell us what we're going to do in year 1, year 2, year 3, and that's going to be investment, $5 million. These are preliminary numbers. There will be, as plans come to light, these numbers will be fine-tuned. But we believe when you add all this, and also the enterprise, you go to the Port of Richmond improvements and the water resource recovery that has 2 elements. It has the sanitary sewer element that is an enterprise fund, and it has the storm drain and watershed improvements that doesn't have a fund. It's general fund usually, or grants. So when you add all that in the fully loaded column, you're roughly speaking talking of $100 million every year. Now, again, this is a presentation. There's a lot of work to do in our part. We're working with the finance department to say, okay, if we're talking about $100 million, how much do we have already? So we receive already recurring funds, gas tax and Measure J, and we also have enterprise funds, the port enterprise and the water resource recovery enterprise. When you add both of them, they're $19 million. So roughly speaking, we receive $20 million. We need to find $80 million more, right? Now, there's a lot of grants out there, but they're not recurring. You have to apply. And that's what we're talking about. We need to set aside 1% for grant management so we can constantly go after grants that align with the projects that we already have in plan. Not apply for grants and then find a project that meets that grant. It's look for grants that fill this project. If this project that is necessary needs $4 million and we don't have it, we need to find $4 million. And okay, maybe that grant can give you $1 million, that other grant can give you $3 million, and that other grant can give you half a million. So now we come to the city council and say we need $500,000 from the general fund to complete this grant. But now we have $3.5 million in grants. That is in year 3. 3 years from now, okay, can we commit that $500,000 now? That's an example of how this would work. Another example is, let's say a traffic safety location. right? And that we receive, or the city council receive a inquiries by the community. What happened with this location? It's very important for us. And then when we compare it with all the 450 other inquiries, and the bicycle and pedestrian action plan, it doesn't rank high. Well, are we going to ignore it forever? No, not necessarily. We can use other programs. Let me give you an example. It might be one location, it's not in the 5-year plan for traffic safety at all, but hey, we're going to pave that street 3 years from now. So we're already spending money in that area. So why we don't make improvements, traffic safety related improvements, with the pavement funding that we already have, if we're going to pave? And the improvement may be striping improvements. The pavement is already going to be there. Striping is already going to be there. We're going to have a design already. We can design it ahead of time, and we can include that specific location. That's just an example. Another example could be, and always with pavement, because with pavement we can be very creative. You can have a community center that you rehab, but you want also your parking lot to be rehabilitated, right? And then you have a pavement contractor doing, I don't know, 80 different street sections in the city, that because of economy of scale, they're charging us a unit cost per square yard that is lower than if we hire a contractor separated just for that parking lot. So we can have a change order for that paving contractor to pave that specific parking lot at a way, way cheaper price than it would have been if we look for a contractor just for that parking lot. And that is the economy of scale. So now we may save some money in the facilities program, because now the facilities program didn't pay for the parking lot, or did, but with at a lower cost. So that's just a simple examples. Now let's talk about the timeline, because okay, that sounds good, but what are you going to do in the meantime? Well, we have 88 projects to go, right? We show you how many we're doing right now. We're going to complete more than almost 30 this fiscal year. 28 by the end of the fiscal, 28 more by the end of the fiscal year, plus another 13. So we in 25, 26. So we're going to keep working on that. So that's the first line. We're going to complete the existing 80 plus CIP projects. We're not going to stop. So that's going to take us all the way to fiscal year 27, 28. Then we need also to input the data and plans that we have into an asset management system, so we can be more react faster to the realities of the city. We need to, all these programs that we mentioned here, we need to define it even more, right? And those programs that maybe we're not including in this presentation, maybe you have a comment of a program that we're not considering. Collect missing data. We have a lot of plans, but that doesn't mean we have all the data. Or maybe we have the data, but it's not in the same place. So we need to make sure that we collect all that missing data and have it in a comprehensive database. Develop missing plans. That is going to take us that time. And then start the practical community input that is going to be a constant thing. It's not going to be a one-time. It's constant. Define prioritization criteria per program. And then we're going to fully implement this programmatic funding approach in fiscal year 26, 27. But what we're going to do from now till then? That sounds very far away. Well, number one, we're going to start the budget kickoff date in January next year. 2 months from now, less than 2 months from now. And we want to come back to the City Council a year from now with the first draft of the 5-year CIP that combines all these programs. And we talk about $100 million, right, per year. And we're saying in this, you can see in this table, we're telling you that we're actually going to need those $100 million in fiscal year 27, 28. Before that, we need about $85 million in 26, 27. And in 25, 26, that is the fiscal year that is coming, we're going to need about $75 million. That is on top of the 88 projects that are already funded, right? And that is on top of the shortfalls that we have in 13 of them. So I know we're asking for a lot of money, but the challenge is not that small. So we're going to keep working with the finance department to identify where this money can come from, because we know that it's there. It's just that it's going to be maneuver. And of course, if it's not all there, or the city council is not willing to commit all of it to infrastructure, well, we'll adjust accordingly. And the same thing, the city council may say you need more. Well, we adjust accordingly. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we begin with questions and comments, I'd like to go to public comment first.
We do not have any in-person speakers, but we do have a speaker online.
Okay, let's hear them.
The speaker is Bruce Byard. Bruce, you may begin.
Mayor Martinez, members of the council, my name is Bruce Byard, Chair of Track Trails for Richmond Action Committee. I can't help but be very impressed by what Public Works and Engineering have done here. Developed such a comprehensive, thoughtful capital improvement program when 2 years or so ago there basically was none. And the presentation really highlights the challenges of implementing plans. Implementation is so critical. City councils adopted many excellent plans, but they shouldn't sit on a shelf gathering dust. So I think with this programmatic approach, a lot of work, it's going to be possible to implement these plans over time. The reality is it's much harder to implement a plan than it is to develop it. For example, the pedestrian bicycle action plan has 77 high priority products, 105 medium priority projects, and 110 opportunity projects. That's all from one plan. So I think with a thoughtful programmatic approach like this, there's hope for taking on and delivering on all these excellent plans. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for all the work. And Joseph, I remember when you got here and you were just kind of like doing a forensic work, and you were able really quickly to put together the spreadsheet with all the projects, and it was a lot of work. So thank you for doing that, and continue to all the, like, I really appreciate the city council who has been really supporting public works and staffing it in a way that we can advance the work. And we sometimes feel frustrated because we want this to move faster, but we understand also that it takes time. But I think like one of the main things that we need to do is to be able to communicate to the public in a kind of like simple and like really coordinated way, so that they know when things are going to happen. I think like if we are able, like for instance, like we wait years, like 2 or 3 years to get the implementation of the 18 calming projects, I think like we need to make sure that we are in coordination, we are moving ahead projects, and we are pointed out these projects and say like, this is how we want to move on. So thank you. I have some questions. I really like the programmatic approach. I really like the programs that are describing here. And I have some question about, like, for instance, like around the process. First, like one of the things that Councilmember Robinson and I have been asking is how these projects get into the list, right? And then you describe it that from now on, like we are going to have fill these forms, something like. I just want to push a little bit around like bureaucracy in terms of like filling these and like we are here as elected officials working with the community. Community come and tell us what some of these, I think like we should be feel free to kind of like provide that information to you to make sure that these considerations are in the list. The process also, since that the idea is that after you have all the projects, either because staff is requesting that or the city council or the community, then there will be a lead team that can review that. I wonder how the city council can be part of this process, because I feel like in sometimes the process is kind of like get cooked inside, and then you are presented it with decision already made that is difficult for us to really be involved in the planning. So I wonder if there could be an ad hoc committee from the city council that be part of this lead team. Or if other idea is that when you have all these projects, to have presentations to us, to have a public discussion about how these projects can be moved or put into the list as priorities. So I just wonder what, just kind of like an ideas of like how you see that participation, because what I don't want is to be kind of like at the end you presenting bunch of information that is overwhelming. This is overwhelming for us, or at least for me, to just kind of like see all of these things and trying to figure it out in just one meeting what I am going to say, what I am going to vote, so how you are thinking about that.
With all honesty, if I have my way, well, let me just go back to one item here. If KCRT, if you can bring back slide 23, or the slide that I have right now on the computer. Thank you. So this is a list of approved unfunded projects, right? And these 3 slides. This is slide 23, slide 24, slide 25. And they are ordered in alphabetical order. No importance, alphabetical order. At some point, these projects were presented, were brought up by who? We don't know exactly. Maybe some of them we know, oh yeah, this is this specific council member, or this is this specific department or staff, or this is specific community group. But they're counted with one hand. So, but there's no documentation that tells us what is the scope, what is exactly what they want. Let me give you an example. Let me see in this slide, you see new library, $47 million. What is it? Is this the library we are already working on? Is a new library? And where is this $47 million coming from? Is it, I mean, is there, we don't have anything that we can get this information and say, okay, but again, we cannot ignore it because it was adopted by the city council in 22-23. So we would like to have a form so we can keep track of what is exactly the problem that needs to be solved, what is the scope that the requester is asking. I mean, maybe this is a new library, really, we don't know. But in how this number came about. And then that has to be analyzed. It's analyzed by an infrastructure ad hoc committee. Maybe that's a different conversation. It's going to be analyzed just by staff. Okay, who's going to analyze it? It is a different conversation, but somebody has to analyze it. We'll take all these forms, and now we have complete information. It's not an idea. It's something that, okay, took time, and then we put some more realistic numbers. Now, at some point, what we would do is with those projects or those requests, we will put it in it, okay, this specific request based on the scope, goes to this specific program.
Can I ask you, like, the thing is that, like, for instance, the community has a lot of ideas on what projects, but we are not engineers, so we don't know how much it's going to cost. So if you
Correct.
want me to put a number there, like that, so I just think that I agree with you that they should be kind of like a paperwork where we can see how these projects come out, but I think like we need to make it really accessible and easy and not use bureaucracy to staff city council or community members to be able to advocate and put things in these funding mechanisms to make sure that what they are asking becomes a reality. So that is just my only consideration. I agree that, yeah, we like some of these, like it seems to me that based on what you also say, that we need to have a cleanup of all these lists of the CIP because like things have changed. There is some things that have been for years and years, and we are like considering different auctions that are not here, but continues to be like the same old auction that it won't work that time. So how I understand that like this has been approved by city council. So what is the mechanism to do a cleanup of this CIP list?
I think that's a question more for the city attorney, if that's.
How can I like we just not disapprove, but I like with the new reality, this has been like and I understand like what is happening is that we are carrying out long time decisions, and now we are putting it here, but we don't know like there is a new reality here. There is how that can be cleaned up legally.
I think it's great that Daniel puts all this time into this report, analyzes all of these different things, gets it into a report, and we finally get to the critical question. It's way more money than we have, so how are we going to go about doing this? And he decides it's a legal question that
You're welcome.
the attorney can answer.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So nobody knows that. Like, okay, so we will need.
I think the question though is regarding a list of projects that are unfunded that were adopted by the city council 22-23.
Or no, in
And,
2023, like they had been adopted.
well,
and
yeah,
we had
probably,
been carrying it.
it's a carry on of other, I mean, little by little, I mean, but the last time was 22-23. And some of these projects, or the majority of these projects really don't have a defined scope or a champion right now that says this is what we need. So I guess the question, maybe I want to, please correct me, Vice Mayor, is there any mechanism for the city council to kind of say, well, how can we cancel this or the adoption of this specific project and maybe reconsider? There could be a process in which the city council can say, let's consider these other ones in a future meeting, but just to cancel those.
Engineers tend to think about things based upon numbers and logic, and so they create this system. What I heard you sort of saying, well, how does the council get input on all of this? Where does the council input in the process come? And of course, that creates a very important question, because when you're talking about a program that is 10 years out, if you really implement it, it takes 10 years to carry out, things will change. They definitely change. I'm not quite sure. I certainly think that the program can have input in terms of what council thinks are priorities. At the end of the day, the engineering is a useful context to try and make these decisions, but you also have neighborhoods that are complaining about these issues.
So I have a question, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson. I have a question here, just so you understand what I am saying. So we have in the approved and funded projects, which Director Chavarria mentioned, the new library. We just invested over $29 million on the full renovation of the library. And we are still having here $47 million for that. I think like if we already invested in that in the library and the full renovation, why we are keeping this here? Is there any way that we can clean up saying, well, we already invested, this is not an item that needs to be here?
Yes, you just go through it and take it out.
Okay, okay.
It isn't, because a program is proposed and there's a logic to it, at the end of the day, the ultimate decision on public works projects is determined by the council, and it can be changed.
Okay.
There's not, you haven't legally committed yourself to something. Until you go issue the construction contract, you're not legally committed.
Okay. Okay. So I have 3 more questions and I will finish. And this is answer, and these are all related, and it's about the budget. So you are requesting a significant increase in the budget for the programs. I think like Councilmember Robinson also asked in an email to really, I think if we can have a comparison of these last 4 years, what has been the funding and what will be the extra funding that you are requesting, that will be great. And I know that you are working with the finance director and finance staff to do that, because the thing is, what is the impact of how much money and where is the money coming from? We will need to do. The other question that I have is that you put some money allocations. This is page 29, where you say building and facility improvement, we will need $5.5 million and so forth. So I had to question that. How did you come up with this number, right? And one of the questions, and the question for that is that, for instance, like the vision that we want, let's say, is a healthy and safety city for children, youth, adults, seniors, everything to walk around, to like be able to have programming, have facilities to recreation. And in that kind of like vision, like the full renovation on Nichols Park with the full renovation of the recreation facility that is near Nichols Park is there. So I just wondering how, like, if this is just kind of like in the maintenance, no like big vision or big projects, or what it takes that. And then the second question for me is that you, like, we had been allocated, like the first year that we had the traffic calming, we allocated $1.2 million. Then I think like this year we allocated $1.6 million, if I am not mistaken. And then you are putting $250,000, which is kind of like little based on that. And so my question is, how many years will take the city to complete the 190 sites with this allocation that you put here? And how, and in that sense, how, when the 100% of implementation of the plans, the bicycle plan, for instance, or the rural local safety plan, we can, like, what will be the deadline of 100% implementation of these plans, if with this funding allocation that you have? So, thank you.
Definitely very loaded questions. I can tell you that you're right. These numbers, as we said, is an initial estimate, is a minimum That's why we say we estimate as a minimum. If you tell us, for example, is there like to mention a few, the construction of a new building for the for the police department. Well, definitely at a $5.5 million per year, it would eat the whole budget, right? And that's a separate type of project. The improvement of the auditorium, right? That we're talking about $8 to $9 million. It would eat 2 years of this budget. That would have to be separate. We'll have to look for grants. We'll have to look for a specific funding, right? Or it will be a specific years that the city council decides to move money from other programs to that one. So yes, you're right. I mean, it's a minimum. But let me tell you, for example, we have we're going to start the facility needs assessment that is going to give us more information, right? We know from conversations with staff that have been here for a while that the roof in all the city buildings need maintenance and probably replacement in some cases. We came to the city council for more money for the library because we know the roof needs a replacement. The HVAC systems, they are very old, and some of them have passed their useful life. So this money would facilitate that replacement. So with the facility needs assessment, just to mention one, as we work with that, with the consultant, we'll identify with them what are the low-hanging fruits that we can fix right now in different buildings or in specific buildings that regardless of the magnitude of the improvement we need to make, we're going to have to do it. So we can start doing it now. We don't have to wait until the whole document is completed and then we start implementing. So that's one example. Then you ask about the 1.2 million, 1.7 million for the traffic calming, right? That's, you can say an average 1.5 per year. We're actually asking for the $250,000 plus the $4 million on their traffic safety line, the sub-program traffic safety. So we're actually asking for $4,250,000 plus 22.5%. So we're asking for at least 3 times more than what we're receiving per year right now, because we know that the need is high. So in the solutions for some locations are in the range of $300,000 to $500,000, and we're going to need more funds. Maybe I'm missing another question. I think there was another one.
I think it's just deadline for like with this kind of approach, when we will have 100% implementation of the plans that you are, like especially in the street, like the bicycle and pedestrian plan and the local road safety plan. We are very early in the process to answer that question. I would feel more comfortable when we come to you a year from now and with the first 5-year projection of all this coordinated plan, and then we'll be able to have more to give you, especially that we have other plans already. For example, the zero emission vehicle and infrastructure transition plan, there's going to be improvements in the buildings. There's going to be improvements in the fleet that we're going to have to start replacing. So we're going to have a better idea of what. Right now we're saying $5 million because we know this is an appropriate amount, but maybe we're short by $5 million. Maybe we need 10. So we'll have more information next year.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. I'm very glad to see the department develop. It's a full staff department now. I remember you were overwhelmed when you came in, didn't know what was going on. Now you have a very good idea and the scope of things, and you can present everything to us, which is a bit overwhelming, as was mentioned, but that is good. You have a good command of affairs and everything that's going on. I'm very glad you're proposing that a strategic approach for the programs like public safety, this, that. I have two minor questions for you very quickly. Number one, you talked about fire stations and public safety. On the side is clearing fire access lanes and painting the signs. Is that a part of that public safety group of projects? Is it going to be done hopefully before the next fire season in May?
No, that's actually more in the Parks and Open Spaces program. What is signs, what is fire prevention.
No, to make them accept, there are fire lanes that need to be accessible, yes. It's vegetation management, but just want to make sure it has priority.
Yeah, it's part of the Parks and Open Spaces. So for example, we're asking for $2.5 million, right, per year. So every year it will be a separation. Okay, we can count on $2.5 million. How much of those 2.5 is going to go to the items that you're mentioning, for example? And I don't want to be. I want to share the love here. I want to call our project manager, Wade Phillinson, who's overseeing parks and abatement.
Yeah, so the question could be, again, Wade Finlinson, project manager, overseeing the abatement division as well as parks and landscaping. But yeah, this is involved with parks and open space as well as urban forestry. As we know, even though urban forestry is mostly kind of within the main program of streetscape rehabilitation, we have 300 acres of hardwood forest right there that's on city-owned property in your district, Councilmember Bana, and it's definitely on our radar. And there's no shortage of opportunity to refine that through this program. Your question sounds like more for next year by June when we're expected to have.
By May, when the fire season starts, because it's the most essential need for public safety to make sure fire trucks can go through fire access lanes.
Right, yes, and that's something that we intend to improve with each passing year. There's been a lot of changes within the leadership in parks and landscaping in particular, and it's certainly going to be a priority without any action related to capital improvement projects. It's something that we do want to prioritize. We can definitely enhance particularly those 300 acres, but the fire access roads that go around those 300 acres, we expect continued refinement of that program without supplemental funding.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think I pass on my second question in the interest of time, and I look forward to implementing my colleagues' suggestion, vice mayors, in terms of reviewing the list of projects you have from leftover administration. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, great presentation. Lots of data, lots of information. It's very well put together. Daniel, how you started the presentation, how you started with a team of one and how you grew it. And it's a very strong team. I've had the opportunity to work with several of the individuals here. So thank you all for your hard work and getting us to where we are today. Even though I say thank you, I know that there's always frustration there. You probably get frustrated at me with some of the emails going, oh, there's another request. There's another one. So I want to start my line of questions kind of piggybacking off of what Vice Mayor mentioned, the bureaucracy of filling out paperwork. A lot of these requests come from our constituents. Actually, not a lot, all of them come from our constituents. So just keeping that in mind, that while we might be the ones that send you the email, it's because they come to us because we're the elected officials. So we now have a more direct line to you. So just keeping that in mind, all the requests, everything that happens comes out because of what the constituents are trying to achieve. And we know that with district elections, the buck stops with each one of us in each one of our respective districts. So it might be a little bit different than before, where it was one email went to everyone and maybe somebody will respond to it. Now we're all very responsive. So we thank you for allowing us to be responsive to our constituents as well. So with that there, I have a couple of questions in this great presentation here. There is in one of the slides, you have a type and it says sideshow. Let me see if I can find which slide it was. Slide 12. So you have the project name, then is the type, and I'm not sure, and is the RRFB, and that's the same slide there, so slide 12. And then there's something there that's, the type says sideshow. Oh, and I am looking at slide 12, the draft that's online, but it looks like it was updated since then, so my numbers might be a little bit off. But yes, thank you, KCRT, that's the right one. So what does sideshow mean in terms of type? Number 9, for example.
I can answer that question. So these are part of the 18 locations. So in November of 2022, these were identified as traffic calming locations, and the issue there that was identified was a sideshow. So that could be, I mean, some people refer to it as donuts, but it's vehicles essentially not obeying the intersection rules and having an issue with, I guess, reckless driving there. So these locations were adopted by council. Our consultants at the time, Fair and Pierce, analyzed them conceptually, and then council made a motion to move forward with these 18. The type there was an analysis done on a conceptual level by our consultants.
So yeah, so I guess the type for me, number 1 there says bike signal, self-explanatory, bike signal, that's the solution. So when I read sideshow, is it, are you doing the sideshow? Like, what are you doing there? It should, and I don't know, maybe we don't have a solution yet, so are you gonna put dots, which I've requested before as well, right? Are you putting, what is it? So I guess I was looking for type, I was looking for some type of solution, how do you cluster it? Or is it just an issue, or is it a solution?
I think that they were using some colloquial terms. Just to clarify, a sideshow is a very specific kind of activity. It's really when someone's doing some reckless driving and there's people coming to witness the event, maybe even to encourage the reckless driving. So it's not just the driver themselves. So I'm not sure if that's ever, if that's really what was going on in that particular intersection, but it's very clear that at that intersection that people are coming and doing donuts and reckless driving. I'm not sure that they're necessarily having witnesses that are coming to do an actual sideshow. Okay. To get to your question of what actually the solution is for that intersection, we're putting Barrett on a road diet, so it's a 4-lane facility now. So basically, we're going to narrow that down to 1 lane in each direction. We're going to convert the intersection into a mini roundabout using some quick build measures. So that's the basic solution there.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I wasn't sure what that term meant there. On my slide 23, which I'm not sure what page number you guys are on, because again, this is the draft.
Can you give us the heading for that, Council Member Zepeda, please?
Yes, and actually, I think it might be your 23 now, because I wrote your number now. So I don't have the heading, but it says computer replacements. Yes, here, computer replacement upgrades. I'm wondering why that is Public Works project versus an IT project.
Well, since Joseph joined the team, he has been gathering information from all departments. So you see from port, right? But remember, when not only the staff that we mentioned here, we didn't have a port director at that time, now we do. And so we didn't have an emergency manager, for example. So during the emergency of 2023, a lot of things fell under Public Works. So all this information, well, we put it together to present it to all of you, but that's why the forms, in a way, that we're talking a very simple forms. It's not going to be a grant form or like buying a house form. It's just a very simple form. They would allow, and we propose that it's the finance department who receives that, because the finance department would distribute, oh, this is for port, this is for public works, this is for IT, this is for other departments, because all type of, improvements are not only in public works. The majority, I would say, are, but not all of them. But yes, you're right. This is something that is in the IT, but at the same time, we're showing it here. I see Andrea Miller, our great finance director, wants to speak to you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I try to allow Public Works to handle everything, but just to respond to the question, the reason why there's a project on here, because what is being presented to you this evening is the capital improvement plan as a whole, and for the computer replacement project, that is considered a capital project.
But I guess my question is, why is it under Public Works and not under IT? Because wouldn't that be?
It says information technology on the slide that I'm looking at.
Yes, I know it says, I know it says IT there, but
they're presenting
the presentation here, I'm thinking roads, trees, potholes, not computers.
Great question. We actually, Public Works collaborated with Finance on the presentation before you this evening, presenting the capital improvement projects as a whole.
Okay.
It's all a part of the capital improvement plan.
Okay, so not just Public Works. Thank you. Okay. There's a slide that talks about stop sign request. And I don't have the slide number for that one. Where and how do we get these stop sign requests? Because I know that I submitted a couple of them for Santa Fe.
Is that a slide, the one that you're referring to?
Yes, this is the slide, yeah.
All right, the data we received from there was through the city's website and through eTrackIt. If there are some missing, that's obviously something that we'll need to vet to ensure that all the requests have been captured. But to date, through our consultants, we sifted through those 495 requests. Anything that was aligned with a stop sign request, we extracted out, resulting to a list that we're almost ready to release, which is over 40. So I think we can work collaboratively to ensure that requests are captured. And I think when that list is shared, then if there were some missing, of course, that's why we have the traffic calming website to have inquiries put in. And the goal, as you guys all know, is to expedite, but more importantly, be transparent on what we're doing. And, give a time frame. If someone puts in an inquiry, when do you expect to get a response?
So the requests are from the public, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Or whoever put it in. It could have been a council member. Some of that data in there was from a council member. Some names would appear there. But essentially, that data comes from that 495.
So my request wasn't on eTrackIt. It was just, I think it was just an email. And one of the last meetings we had here that we also talked about stop signs. So I thought the 6 of them in Santa Fe were captured. So should I just email again or?
Yeah, if we miss one, please email us again and we'll make sure to include it in the.
There's 6 of them in Santa Fe. And then there's that one. And I was, for some reason, in the middle of the night, I woke up thinking about the little kid and his stop sign. And I was like, I'm going to talk to Public Works. What happened to that kid that came up every week talking about his stop sign? Did we get that one on there?
We already addressed that one, and we already reported directly to the family. And the analysis didn't grant it a stop sign, but red curb and treatment to the landscape so it could be lower, so the visibility would be improved.
Perfect, thank you. And then in terms of prioritizing the street calming, and I see, and I don't remember which slide now, but we talk about the speed bumps, for example. The speed bumps are taking about a month or so, just generalizing because it's starting this 1 month and then the end is the other month, or the month after. How are we prioritizing where we're putting the speed bumps at? And there's another slide that has the speed bumps listed. There's the 18 projects. I think it's this one here, yes. So for example, and I'm just using the very first one, number 2, speed bump. And then from September to September. So it took about a month to do a speed bump, or I don't know how many, just that particular street might be 10 speed bumps. So my question is, how are we prioritizing any new requests that come in or any new happenings in our city? Because there's a particular street, and you're aware of which one, where there was a death. And I think that by speed bumps, we might be able to slow down some of these streets that are very long and people are driving very fast on them. So trying to figure out how do we prioritize those?
Okay, so that's a good question, Council Members Beta. So there is a existing process to follow for speed bumps that the council adopted in 1996. There's a resolution on that. It's a pretty extensive process where an individual or an organization can make a request, and then it goes through review by the neighborhood council that they have to endorse it. The specific location of where the speed hump goes has to be approved by the people who are next to it. There's a lot of other rules involved, but the speed humps are really only for residential roads. The resolution specifically disallows the speed humps to be placed on collector or arterial streets. So I think that's an important distinction. So when in our proposal, that's why we're saying we want to make sure that when we're talking about speed humps, that we're talking about a neighborhood traffic calming program, so that when we're using those specific measures, those are being used in a residential context. For arterials or collector roads, so roads that carry more traffic or are major routes for commercial or industrial purposes, we need to look at other types of measures to deal with reckless driving. So hopefully that's answering your question, but if I'm missing it, feel free to ask follow-on questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the answer, so thank you for that. And I guess I'm trying to figure out, on Canal Boulevard, right, it was on the news everywhere, the 4 kids that got into an accident. One of them died, the other one was hospitalized, right? They're trying to figure out how and when, and how fast do we act when something like this happens? And that happens pretty recently.
Yeah, not very fast.
So how do you prioritize when something like that happens in any street?
If you refrain it.
I'm sorry.
And I want to just generalize it, so I don't want to mention just one particular street, but just generalizing in the city.
Let me try to approach it this way. So as part of our local road safety plan, so this is one thing that we're trying to bring out, that we have existing plans already on the books that need to be funded and need implementation. So our local road safety plan does actually have some discussion. I think Joseph might even be able to help answer this, but with certain incidents, there is supposed to be like an incident response. There's supposed to be a team that comes together and evaluates what could be done at any particular location. So the one thing that I want to point out that was in our local road safety plan, and it's a best practice for any city, is that engineering solutions are not your first call of action to deal with these types of things. Engineering takes a lot of money, and there's a lot of lead time to implement capital improvement projects. So, education and enforcement should be considered as first lines of defense against these, and that's one reason why we would have an interdisciplinary team that gathers together and evaluates some of these critical incidents that happen to evaluate what should be done. And it may not be necessarily a capital improvement that needs to be implemented right away. It might need to be targeted enforcement, might be an education program. I'll kind of let Joseph maybe speak a little bit more towards the incident command or the incident response plan.
Yeah, so highlighted in Travel Safe Richmond under the local roadway safety plan, going again with the programmatic approach as we continue to get hopefully continuous funding. They cite under emergencies services, fatal crash response team. That's on page 42 of the document. So again, we're going from 18 locations of November of 2022 to now getting more community input to now dealing with very important things. And so as we develop these programs, you guys gave us support by letting us onboard a transportation planner, which is a lot smarter than myself, so we're going to be able to put things together a lot faster. So with that said, yes, we wish we had all this once we first started in November, but at the same time, it's taking time, unfortunately too much time, but it's there, and we're trying to implement these programs which will be supported by these plan sets, and in this case, the local road safety plan, that does state here under emergency services to have a fatal crash response team.
Let me add, Councilmember Cepeda, because I mean, all the questions you're raising are very important. This is as we are talking about programmatic approach, this is how we're addressing the situation. You talk about, okay, you put the stop signs on one category. Yes, we're separating. We have 40. You talking about 6 more. Okay, we have 46. And probably we're going to keep adding, but now we have the big ones. Now we're going to have a specific analysis of all of them. So we're going to have the results fairly quickly, and then we're going to know, okay, we need to paint this many linear feet of red curb. We have to install these many numbers of stop signs. We need to treat these many corners for the landscape. And then, okay, we're going to deploy our internal capacity to address all that. Then the speed hump program, that we call it the neighborhood traffic calming program, we're asking $250,000 for that. So we can have that amount of money to install speed humps as we analyze them. So we're going to basically, as the inquiries come, oh, that's an speed hump. It goes here. So it's analyzed as a whole in the entire city on a yearly basis based on our budget. And then, okay, this one is a request. This needs the neighborhood council approval. This needs now the fire department, police department review. And now let's follow the process. And now we have, okay, we need to install these 20. So city staff, let's install them. Now we have other type of issues. We're talking about the locations where donuts or sideshows happen. Okay, that's the next level of, or the next type of issue that we're going to analyze. So, for example, one location that comes to mind is Barrett and Key, right? That had the infrastructure that was implemented there, and it's a street that we cannot say that it's super wide, but it's a street that it can give us a reference. We would say that the cost of that street or that specific solution would be replicated at a minimum in other locations. If the location is bigger, it's going to be more expensive. So our estimate is if we're going to replicate that solution, it will be between $300,000 and $500,000 per location. So if you tell me that there are 10 locations that this happened, and we address the 10, right, of them, and it's $5 million, but now the drivers move to another location, a location that never used before. So if we keep chasing that, we're going to be 2 or 3 years behind them, and we're going to be spending a lot of money, and we'll just chase them around. So it has to be a coordinated effort too. And there are some details that we prefer not to mention in public because it has to do with strategics that we are discussing with the police department that may help us kind of reduce that situation without having to invest that much money 2 or 3 years behind. But that being said, we are going through that process now to analyze these locations that are more prone to the irresponsible driving.
Okay, thank you. And the other question that you brought up in terms of the budget is that 1% or 1.5% for the arts. Would it help if we were to put a moratorium for a couple of years? Because we already have a lot of money on the arts and we're not spending it. That's one complaint that I get as well. It's not for you guys to complain. That's just what I hear out there, that is just there. But if it's going to give us a little bit of a bump to be able to move some of these projects faster, maybe that's something we might need to look into. And I just want to start off with saying thank you again. It was on the news. They gave a PCI update of all the cities around, and Richmond got a little bump from last year. So thank you for all the great work. Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Robinson.
I'm up. It's my turn.
Finally.
We're nervous. We're nervous here.
I'll go easy. So I just, it's getting late. The comedy is going to increase. So I just wanted to say thank you for answering my many, many questions. I think it was like a list of 18 questions before today. It really was helpful to understand how things are going. And I just have a few more questions just to make sure I understand. But before I say that, I want to say I think this is brilliant. I really, really do. I think that it's a ton of work that's gone into this. I'm sure there's more work to come. And I really feel like if we can, hold ourselves together and move through this process, we're going to have a much, much better city. And just thank you for your visionary work here. It's very visionary. I feel like it's very visionary. And, we have questions and there's things to fine tune, but I think this is excellent, just excellent work. So thank you for that. And then just some questions that I have just to clarify understanding. One is I wanted to clarify when the facilities assessment was going to be completed.
I have the pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Tawfiq Halabi, who is ready for this question and much more.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works for Operations and Maintenance. And to answer your question, Councilmember Robinson, so we're getting ready to issue the RFP. We anticipate issuing the RFP in December, opening bids in January, awarding a contract in late February, early March, and executing the contract thereafter. And the goal will be for the first round would be to have a full asset inventory and condition assessment of all of the city-owned buildings, as well as all of the city-owned parks amenities. And at the end of the first year, we would generate a capital improvement plan for those two modules, if you wish, buildings and parks amenities. So that will be the end of year one. And then we would extend, hopefully, if all goes well, we would extend the contract for an additional 2 years. We would expand the asset modules for various other infrastructure components. We're thinking traffic signals, street lights, the storm drain system, perhaps the sanitary sewer collection system, curb ramps, street signs, pavement markings, curb paints, things like that. So we would, over time, over a period of years, build out our asset inventory so that we have all the information in one place available to city staff in a modern, user-friendly, cloud-based platform. And then from that, we would be able to have data, generate reports, analyze data, and come back to this body, this esteemed body, with options of what our budget needs could be, where we would prioritize the available funding, and what to look for. If we could do 5 years at a time, for example, to follow with the presentation. So each year we would update it for the next 5 years. So hopefully that frames a little bit of where we're at with the facilities needs.
That's helpful, thank you. And kind of following on from that, the next question that I had was, when do you think we can get that comparison of current expending levels to proposed spending levels?
I also want to share the love here with Finance Department Director Andrea Miller. It's not an easy question to answer, to be honest, but it's a lot of analysis.
Good evening again. I was multitasking. It's the question, when you'll get the side-by-side comparison year over year? Yes, we anticipate returning to council at mid-year with the side-by-side comparison year over year.
Mid-year being March?
We're planning that in February. Hopefully it doesn't push out to March,
February?
because then it backs up our schedule, so February is the goal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And so now I just want to understand, I have a couple of just questions to make sure I understand programs versus projects. So on our projects list, you'll have the same site mentioned a couple of times with different projects. So like Borman Park has a couple of different projects. Various things have different projects. Under programs, would those be collapsed into one site, like one thing, or is it still going to be separate kind of projects?
Well, the programs in the end are going to lead to the projects, right? It's just that we're going to put all these projects together and then compare with the other programs. So what are we doing in this, in the specific locations? I gave some examples.
So it's more that you're going to pull together all of the parks projects and have them in the same program.
Correct.
Unless that, you know, if Nickel Park has 3 projects, you wouldn't collapse those projects per se, but you would compare all the parks projects to parks projects.
Yes.
Okay. And you're also proposing that once we do have all the programs established and we put projects within those programs, that the lead and the team that's leading that program will have criteria in order to prioritize the projects that are within their program, that are unique to their program.
That is correct.
Okay.
The only caveat there is within the program, it's going to be that criteria. We have the prioritization. But when we put all the programs together, the sequence may change because, as I said, it might be a project that makes more sense to wait until this other thing happens. For example, it might be very important to improve the drainage in a specific street, right? But to improve it, we need to replace pipes. We need to make the storm drain pipes bigger or replace it with bigger pipes, regrade the roadway, et cetera, et cetera. So wait a second, we're not going to pave that street until we do this other work first because we don't want to trench later a brand new street.
Mm-hmm. So one other thing that I'm trying to understand in this new kind of paradigm is that, is there a difference between kind of regular maintenance and CIP projects? Would they be using the same proposed budgets, or would it be a separate budget that takes care of regular
It is separate, but what happens is the conditions of the infrastructure is such that a lot of the work we can do in-house, you can call it kind of in the maintenance schedule, it's an improvement. It's a replacement. It's a complete replacement. So if we talk about an irrigation line, right? We want to rehabilitate a median and plant something that look good and the last, but we don't have irrigation lines, right? And then our crew can install that, but that irrigation line is a new capital improvement that it's an asset that didn't exist. So now we have to put it there. Then yes, it would, but you complete that specific median, but we need medians all over the city. So that median is completed, the capital improvement work is done, the irrigation is done, the planting is done. We move to another area to keep working on it, but now this location needs maintenance. This new median needs maintenance. Yeah, the infrastructure is there, but now we need to maintain it. That's where the 10% comes along, because now we maintain here as we keep,
so
for the next 10 years, we keep putting medians everywhere.
So that's addressing that ongoing problem of not having ongoing funding for maintenance, is that we're actually going to build it into the capital improvement project cost? Or budget?
I think it's more like a financial terms, but I would not venture to respond in those terms, but I can say yes. The idea is that we include in this investment that we separate, to put aside money for the every year for maintenance.
For maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I do have a couple of kind of fire station questions. You know, I was really happy to see Fire Station 66 on the list. Just, after touring the fire stations, it's the fire station over on Clinton Avenue, and realizing just how undersized and how many problems it has, and what a critical role it plays in our fires response, and that it's supposed to be the main response to anything that happens, in terms of wildfires in Alvarado Park and whatnot. And then it had a plan before redevelopment went away to completely renovate the whole site. There was a plan that was developed. They had the picture on the wall still. Don't know where the actual plans went. I think that those were found sometime soon. And so one of the things that I got concerned about is that, we know that this station is woefully undersized. It can't fit the apparatus that they would actually like to use to respond to wildfires that they're charged to respond to. Can't actually fit it in the building. And it's slated on this list to address one of the many problems, which is not having proper restrooms. But it's slated to address that in 26, 27, and not anywhere here slated to address the overall problem that the whole building really needs to be renovated, like radically renovated, and that there was a plan for that. And so I wonder about how do we address, I think that fire station, yes, we need to address the restrooms. It's an awful situation. They have the weird porta potty out in the back and whatnot, showers and whatnot. And the function of that fire station is not able to actually properly be met because of, it was one of our oldest fire stations, and it's just woefully undersized. So how do we make sure that this plan, that's already a few years out, 26, 27, for a relatively minor compared to the size of the scale of the need, is in the books, but the thing that we really need isn't anywhere in here.
Yeah, I actually agree with all of that, actually. So think of it this way. We came in and the CIP project was identified and funded for exactly what it states. But a facilities project, as you know, there's a lot of needs. There's actually more that needs to be done. This is a good opportunity to revisit that, to be honest, to ensure that we hit a location once, not 3 times, but perhaps that's going to be, going to be $10 million, $20 million, but to plan out for it, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think this is a good opportunity just because a plan set was started, and something that, the new engineering staff it's here. It's for us to figure out. There was an architect at one point that designed it, mm-hmm. perhaps maybe even retired, and now you're trying to look at it like, so how do we move forward? There's funding. Well, yeah, let's have that conversation to figure out the next steps. Similar to like the auditorium. The auditorium, a needs assessment was done there. They developed a very nice plan set there. I think it was like in 2020, don't quote me on that. And it laid out all the financial needs for that building relative to the request. Mm-hmm. So think of it this way, you have Fire Station 66, same thought process. There was a need, but maybe it's not the entire need. We're not here prepared to say what that whole building needs. I can't stand by that, but what we can say is we should work to figure out the next steps for that project. And if it's the council's desires to then move away from the original scope, we can definitely look into that.
But you have that scope inclusive of
or in phases and whatnot. But I think that's something we'll discuss during the budgetary process, right? Mm-hmm. Where we're talking about new requests, revised scope, but definitely we'll keep that in mind. For this project. And
just interestingly, Councilmember Robinson, you're seeing slide number 9, which is where it says Fire Station 66, gender-specific restrooms. Mm-hmm. But if we go all the way...
unfunded projects, it's under there for
exactly.
replacement, yeah. But it doesn't have data, and it doesn't say, that we did have a...
Correct.
We did have a design.
Correct.
It was a thing, and maybe we can unearth
Correct.
it. And I guess I just worry about us investing a significant amount of money to address the gender-specific restroom problem, because there isn't actually square footage that I saw when I was in there where you could put a gender-specific restroom. So you would have to do major changes to that building to make that happen. It's like, if we're going to do major changes, why don't we address all of the problems?
I agree. And the great thing about now having all the information here is that type of analysis, now we can see it.
Cool. So I just want to bring that up and then also just state that 63 with their cracked foundation and the weird beds that the firefighters are putting bricks under so the blood doesn't all rush to their head because the building is like leaning like this. That's also not on the list and being addressed. So I feel like, I'm sorry? Oh, Harchester storm drain system. Like how many decades are we going to let that go on? And that's not on the list. And so I think I want to talk to the council and figure out how to bring a process forward to vet the list and maybe work with your team to vet the existing list and vet the existing approved, unfunded, and make sure that things like the library, which I think we've addressed, can be taken off, and maybe some of these things that are really pressing can be put on, and we can have a process for that. And then just finally, the last thing that I wanted to bring. So just wanting to understand too, just make sure that I understand correctly. When you said that with this programmatic approach, you want to draw on existing plans, which was like, yay, you know, like so many dusty plans that have great ideas in them. And then you also said that, and this is where I'm trying to clarify and make sure I understand correctly, is you said that that doesn't mean we're going to throw away all of the 400 requests that people have submitted, but we're going to start from the plan and then look around a site that's in the plan to see where the requests are for different adjustments and have them all assessed together and see if you have a comprehensive response. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, I am really looking forward to this work moving forward, and I'm looking forward to supporting it. So thank you so much.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, now my turn. I think we all were waiting patiently. So I have some questions about, first of all, thank you for an incredible presentation and for what really showcased a lot of organized thinking. It took a lot of organized thinking to put this together. So I really appreciate it. It was needed. No former staff was able to put it together, but your team did it, and so I'm very grateful for that. Now, let me share a few questions. So my first question is the Carlson Crosstown project. So that project has a $3 million shortfall, but in the shortfall slide, it shows that it will come through the fiscal year 25-26. So that will be budgeted. You will be budgeting for that. Is that correct? It's in the shortfall slide. I don't have a page number.
I can provide clarity on that. So anything on that slide, which is the active project budget shortfall,
Yes.
slide 22, those are actually shortfalls in funding for the projects. Specifically though, for project or proposed priority number 10 there, Crossing Crosstown Phase 2, that's actually a combination. I would actually prefer to update that to state Phase 2 and Phase 3. There were some traffic calming concerns and inquiries, of course, related to a southern portion of that corridor. And I think there's an estimate approximately, I think $1.7 million was needed to address that in a later phase. But $1.3 million was needed actually related to Phase 2. We are doing a road diet from Broadway to Tehama. So that road diet, instead of just painting the roadway, we prefer to do it right. And to do it right, you address the pavement condition there. And currently, based off the analysis, we needed an additional $1.3 million. The reason why it's for fiscal year 25-26, it's to address the concern when we go out to advertise the contract. So we don't need that today because the consultants are proceeding with design based off the scope. We will reach a crossing point where we need to decide, as it's stated on that slide, considering grants and value engineering. So there's a point in time in the design phase where the consultant says, hey, you guys need to decide, are you designing a $3 million project or a $4.3 million project? That's going to come in time when we reach that barrier where we need to identify, are we really going to pave it or are we going to cut scope?
So let me, I'm just need a little more clarity. So that was actually going to be my next question. What, because I believe it was Deputy Director Armijo who initially told me that the Crosstown project was only so far, but they were going to, you thought it was practical to extend it. So now, is that so the area that it covers is from Broadway to Tehama? Is that what you said?
The current project for Carlson Crosstown Phase 2 is Broadway to Tehama, which mirrors Phase 1 and what wasn't completed there. But I'd like to note that the traffic calming 18 locations has actually 3 intersections starting from Tehama, moving south.
Right.
To
I was going to
address
thank you for that. Yeah.
rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which we intend to install by this March.
Right, yeah, so, so thank you very much. I know I think it's 4, 4 Carlson Boulevard and Carlson and Sutter, Carlson and Shasta, and Carlson and Tehama. And so those are out to bid right now, and you're saying, though, that that will be, the projection is that it will be completed in March of 2025. So that's great. And those are, what is the RR? It's rapid flashing?
Yeah, so those are essentially solar-powered lights that assist pedestrians to cross the street. You'll see them nearby schools around the city of Richmond as well, to increase visibility when they cross.
Okay. So if you could just go over one more time, the Carlson Crosstown project, I get it that it's from Broadway to Tehama. So it's $3 million total. You're saying it's really like Crosstown Phase 2 and 3, but it's $3 million for both those phases shortfall?
Again, I'll correct this slide for the record, but for Phase 2, we were identifying $1.3 million shortfall for paving to complete the road diet, and it was a rough ROM that I needed to provide, which was 1.7 to address traffic calming needs, which we intend to do as a Phase 3.
Okay, so that's where are you projecting that you will be seeking that money from the 2026 fiscal year budget?
Well, actually, on that slide, what we did there was to take to account, as I'm trying to, oh, here we go. We took to account a few things, which was, is it an active CIP project? So that's number one. Number two is, was it grant funded? So there's a column there that discusses that. Then we started looking at the CIP budget priority, strategic goals and objectives, and city council proposed criteria that was discussed earlier this year. So what we're ending up doing here is saying we have an active project, staff is working to deliver that, and we're projecting a need to fulfill the current scope. Again, correction is Phase 2 would be approximately 1.3 million, and Phase 3 would have been 1.7. But with that said, we would need that funding. Now, where does that funding come from? It could come from grants, so that project team will be looking into that, right? It could come from local funds if it became available. But the reality is if nothing comes available, we have to figure out value engineering. So perhaps we couldn't do the paving, we couldn't do everything else. Because this isn't a grant, there isn't actually that requirement per se where we're held to the grant to deliver whoever applied for that grant on the criteria and the implementation of that grant. So in this case, what we're saying is you have a road diet. It is up to council, it's up to the team here to decide, do we want to pave it? Do we want to support it with 1.3? Can we talk to the other programs to figure out once we get to this programmatic level to help support it? That could be an answer. But at this stage, this shortfall was just to let everyone know that we have active projects. We're trying to find solutions to deliver it based off the scope, and we will be working potentially with grants, value engineering, and within programs to seek funding if there is no local funds available.
Okay, just a reminder that there were 2 fatal accidents in that area from Broadway to Tehama this year. So there are many accidents on Carlson, but that would be great. Just, I know I won't be here, but I'm kind of putting the word out that the Carlson Crosstown project, I know there was, I think Phase 1 had some grant funding. Was that correct?
That is correct. That
Yeah.
project has been closed out, and then Phase 2, with your guys' support, we're helping finish what wasn't completed and hopefully tackle any additional needs, barring funding support for that.
Okay. One other question, and that's the cutting in Carlson, Section 130. What is that project all about?
That's an at-grade railroad improvement project.
I was going to say, yeah.
So yeah, you might remember, I know it well because I take the train all the time, but there was an accident at that particular intersection where the Capitol Corridor train hit a bus there. So we've done the initial work to hire a consultant to do the design work, and it's going to be some improvements to make that a safer at-grade crossing, and we're getting some grant funds to do that.
So you think that the at-grade crossing will make, it is a very dangerous area, and I know residents at one point were advocating for like a overpass or underpass or something, but an at-grade will bring, I know those overpass or underpasses are extremely expensive, but the at-grade would be less expensive, but also bring forward a good deal of more safety, in your opinion?
Yes, that's correct. There's some safety improvements that can be made there that'll make it won't be as bulletproof, if you will, as a grade separated design, but there's things like quad gates that can be put in. There's some striping and signalization coordination improvements that can be put in. It's obviously not designed yet because that's what we're doing, or what we have recently done. And we are, by the way, collaborating with the Capitol Corridor on the project so far. So, but that, yes, there's improvements that can be put in that would make it a safer intersection.
Okay, great. And finally, thank you for making sure Veolia cleaned the drains on Plumas. I know that happened, so appreciate that. The residents on Plumas, actually, we met with them, as you'll recall, and they were hoping for complete streets. Are they in the queue for other things besides, is Plumas in the queue for other things besides this drain cleaning, which has happened, will probably need to happen every year? It's like, just a real problem in the way their street, I guess the land, the lay of the land, it floods and it goes into people's homes, yeah.
Yeah, I can answer a portion of that question in terms of like, is there any other activity happening there? Part of the stop control analysis that I was speaking on earlier today, Plumas did have some requests that made it into the system to analyze 2 of the intersections there under that, I guess, type of work.
Okay. Thank you. And this is one final thing, which I think must just be a typo. It was on the road map, which I don't see right. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not the road map. Where it's talking about,
We have 2 minutes before we suspend the rules.
Yeah. Okay, hold on one second. It says at one point, well, I could tell you from memory, September 2023.
KCRT, can you bring the slide that we're showing you?
September
Thank you.
2020, there it is. Now, if you look down here in the left-hand bottom corner, it says completed construction on the first 18 traffic calming locations, September 2023. Now, you look over on the right side, construction completed of the 18 traffic calming in March of 2025. So were you just talking about the first? I thought that meant the whole 18 traffic, and I'm saying calming, and obviously that didn't happen in 2023.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
what does that mean?
I
Yeah.
was just acknowledging the fact that it has taken a long time, and it was only September of 2023 when we did complete the first location under construction.
The first locations of the 18.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. It says the first 18. There's
Yeah.
lots of
I
locations
will
that
hit it
need it,
accordingly.
so that's how I read it. But okay, I get your logic. All right, thank you very much again for a great for a great presentation.
All right, it's finally my turn, and we have 9 minutes before we have to suspend the rules.
And we will.
What, suspend the rules?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I do have a lot of questions, but considering the time, I'm going to forego them. But I will take the time to say that this is the first time that we've had a programmatic look at our situation in terms of maintenance and construction. I also want to say that this is basically how we should work. We should look at things holistically, and we should dream big, and then scale down to what's possible. And that's, I feel that's what we're doing here. I also see that in a couple of places where you have taken the public comments into consideration. So that shows that you're trying to do a community-based program. I also noticed that on slide 28, you had a list of all the plans that we have. A lot of these plans, it feels like, have just been sitting on the shelf. And now, you know, you've brought them out and you've listed them so that all of us know what we need to be looking at as we move forward. So I just wanted to show my appreciation for all of that. And I'll ask my questions in private, and we'll move on to the next item.
I just,
We have 7 minutes. A statement or a question? Then it's not going to be 1 minute.
Okay, I'll make it this statement.
No, it's done. Let's move on. Thank you. Next item?
Our next item is item Q1, and that is to receive a presentation by Cosmo Martinez and Nancy Lewis of the Friends of the Circle on the proposed design and cost of improvements to the Clinton Hill Circle Park.
I put this item for presentation, and it's great that we just had been discussing capital improvement projects. This is, I think, like it could be in the SUD program of the medium beautifications. The community in District 6 has been organizing for years, and Nancy and I worked together to improve Solano Playlat. And I just really appreciate how you have been involved in the community to start improving more. And thank you, Cosmo, to also be really active on with the community around this project. Actually, they had been doing a lot of work. So I just pass it to you to present, and just kind of like, this will be kind of like, the idea is to present what community has been working on, so it's not like me advocating of nowhere for projects in District 6. So thank you.
Okay, before the presentation starts, I think we should suspend the rules to extend the time.
So we just need to extend the meeting. At 11:30, we can extend.
Okay, extend the meeting till 11:30.
I move we extend till the end of this item, or till?
Okay.
The end of this item.
Till the end of this item.
Yeah, I second that.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Your mic?
Mayor Martinez, members of the council, good evening. Thanks for extending the meeting. I'm Cosmo Martinez, and I'm joined by Nancy Lewis, and we are organizers of the Friends of the Circle. And in 2023, early 2023, residents in our neighborhood were expressing some interest in revitalizing the circle on the hill on Clinton and 36th. And we do have some slides. Are they
Yeah,
up?
KCRT, can you put out the slides that were a part of the item?
And so this circle is essentially, we can go to the circle slide 2. It's full of juniper, and it's got a fire hydrant, and it's on the hill. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this is it if you're not familiar with it. It's in the north and east neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is the pamphlet from the Berg Brothers Development Company, and you can see the circle is in the center, and it's labeled as a park. And so originally this was, envisioned as a park. Next slide, please. And this is a picture of the circle from 1916, and this is a fountain that members of this group of our group were interested in revitalizing and re-implementing design and building back again. Obviously, we ran into some issues with that, but we'll dive into that later. Next slide, please. And this is a aerial from 1948 showing the Clinton Hill Circle, and you can still see the fountain. Next slide, please. And sometime between then and 59, it ran away or got kind of just deteriorated to the point where it's no longer there. Next slide, please. And sometime between then and 1981, we get the juniper that we have there now. So next slide, please. And this is what it looks like today. So it's this roundabout circle that's kind of been there, and people are interested in sprucing it up and making it into a community space. Next slide, please. So we decided to, I invited neighbors to come out and meet and talk about what we could do with the circle, and brought some Pete's coffee. And some neighbors showed up, and we had some discussions. We chatted about it, and we formed the Friends of the Circle as a kind of a subgroup of the North and East Neighborhood Association, or Neighborhood Council. Next slide, please. And what we did was we went out to the community, and we just tried to get as much input from neighbors and community members, as much input as we possibly could. We posted flyers on telephone poles. We went on social media. We created Google Forms for people to submit their input. We created an email group, and we showed up to the neighborhood picnic and hosted in-person meetings to get more people interested. Next slide, please. And we reached out to the city staff to ask for information on, okay, what could we actually do with this space, and what are the requirements? Let's work on this together. Next slide, please. And what we ended up doing was we incorporated the themes and the feedback from the community, and we we took that and we applied it against the constraints and the limitations that we were hearing from staff, and we came up with a draft design plan that kind of took in the key elements of the input that we received, and we decided, through that rebuilding a working fountain would be too costly, and we didn't want it. We wanted to create a space that would not require much maintenance, if any. So let's go to the next slide, please. So thanks to Nancy Lewis, she's a connection with the landscape architect, we were able to get a professional draft developed for the space that incorporated our design. And you can see that here we have boulders and a bench California natives, a tree, and a path. And this is overlaid onto the existing circle in the streets. Next slide, please. And one of the main concerns that Parks had with this project would be that if we were to remove the juniper, we would need some kind of ground cover to suppress the weeds, because it would be difficult to provide additional maintenance for this space. And so another member of our group, of the Friends of the Circle, Liz Bittner, is a gardener at the East Bay Regional Botanical Garden. And she recommended a spade of plants that we could use to plant in the area to suppress the weeds and would be drought tolerant and would not require much water to actually take hold if we were able to plant these in the fall. Next slide, please. And so these are some of the suggestions that we got for the space. Silverbush lupine, which looks like it reseeds really well. Next slide, please. Bee's Bliss, this is another one that was highly recommended. Next slide. Hummingbird Sage. Next slide. Blue Blossom Ceanothus. And these get pretty big, and they grow nice and fast, and they reseed really well. Next slide, please. Some Douglas Iris. Next slide. And California Coffeeberry. Next slide. And a centerpiece for the circle would be a coast live oak, which are amazing trees for hosting California native insects and wildlife. So this would be the centerpiece of the park. Next slide, please. And our architect gave an opinion of probable costs for this project to be around $45,000, including the shipping and labor of the materials. Next slide, please. So that is our project, and we would like to request that this be added to the capital improvement program so that it could be funded.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment, but there is a hand that's raised. City of Richmond. I'm not sure who that is, because it just says City of Richmond. But we do not have any public speakers.
Okay, in that case, yes.
I love the idea. I think, we most definitely need to utilize native plants and make sure that, they're drought resistant and in this period of climate change and such, and it will just beautify the neighborhood. So thank you for putting that together, and I support it being added to the capital improvement program. I don't know if that's something that you're requesting a motion or something.
Yeah, just receive a presentation.
I'll make a motion, it was 45,000, is that right? That we add this project, which I think maybe Claudia can clarify the exact location, or you could again, to have.
36th and
what is it?
Clinton, 36th Street and Clinton Avenue.
Okay, and it's the roundabout, is that what it's called, or no?
It's the circle.
The circle, sorry.
It's called the Clinton Circle.
The what?
The Clinton Circle.
Okay, so I move that we add $45,000 for the Clinton Circle to the capital improvement program.
I second that.
I'm asking if we can make a motion when the agenda item, it just says receive a presentation.
City Attorney? City Attorney?
I'm for the project too, but
I think if you were just having a presentation and people are not advised, there's going to be an action. So they can make the request, but you just put it on a future agenda.
So you're saying we can't make a motion to, but it's something we could request to Public Works to do? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just a comment on that. I do feel like we should have like an organized process to add things to the CIP list, or else every council meeting, we could be adding things to the CPI list. And again, I love the project too. I'm like, that could happen in so many places if we had the amazing groups of people like you to help lead that. But I do feel like we need to follow a process so that we're not having 200 CIP projects.
So is this part of, would this fit into the process that we talked about in terms of and you were saying you would bring something back along those lines
To
for
vet the
addressing-
existing list. But,
Yeah.
you know, I was also talking to Ms. Chavarria about how you would add something to the list,
Yeah,
and he's
yeah.
proposing that we have a form.
Yeah, I remember
And so that form gets submitted, you know, with this project, and then it goes into, gets assigned to the program, and then it gets, you know, kind of in the thing. So maybe that's another
Yeah,
thing.
that sounds right. Yeah, I was thinking about that form thing, and then I thought, well, you know, why can't we move it? But I guess there is a form that will be developed for adding projects, and this one, I'm sure the Vice Mayor will follow up on making sure this project is submitted via the form.
So one thing we can say is that you've learned that you have full support from
Yeah.
the majority of the council. So I guess the
Wonderful.
next step would be to fill out that form and get this project in the pipeline. And at this point, can we make a motion to have staff look at what they've put together? Or do you think that would be something that would happen after the form is done?
So it's a process that happens after the form. So you submit the form, and then it goes through a review process with the staff that is assigned to the program, which I think is great. I think it's a good process, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for the presentation.
Any other comments, Nancy?
Has the form been created that we can access so that we can fill it out?
I don't think it has been created, but I think like it's coming soon because we want to have this process of adding to projects. And right now, the process that we are doing is that as you saw the presentation of the capital improvement plan. One of the suggestions from Councilmember Robinson is like how we are vetting that list because there are so many things that probably might not be there. And so then that will allow for new projects. I think like what is good about this programmatic approach is that I see like parks and recreation improvements as a program and the sub-program medium beautification. And maybe that project that you are presenting be part of that program. And we are making sure that it's going to have some funding, not just for the circle there, but for many other projects. So it's also like systematic, equitable process for District 6, but also for other places in the city. Yeah.
Can I just add one thing really quick about
Yes.
this? One of the great things about this proposed new process is that it'll consider a whole host of criteria, and some of the things that you all have already done, like having a pretty robust community engagement process where you work together to arrive at the design, and that the design incorporates native plants and drought tolerant things, which is one of the environmental goals. All of these things actually will help it like rise, at least in theory, in the criteria and in the priority, because you've done a lot of amazing work. So, just kudos for that, and I think it's great.
That's good to know.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love traffic circles, and this was great. You already have your own, so it's great. A suggestion, right, as we try to figure out our own process, but you might want to get the money faster. As you saw, our CIP projects, you might not get something until who knows when, 2047 or something. But there's the neighbor-to-neighbor grants. If you work with your local neighborhood council, they might be able to provide you a significant amount of funding towards this project. I saw Jan Mignogna on one of your pictures. So she's the president of your neighborhood council.
Right.
She might have some of that information. So you could at least potentially get 1/4 or maybe even more of the funding potentially right away. And then
Will-
there's Love Your Block grants, and those are given out annually. You can apply for that. This fits right into that. And you're already doing a lot of the work that these grants are requiring, which is bringing community together. So you're already checking a lot of those boxes. You might be able to get the funding much quicker going through those directions than going into a CIP project, because we are still trying to figure out the process. But the other ones, potentially next year, you could start getting the funding. And I would love to be, if you need any help, I can connect you. Well, you probably already know Jan, but you might be able to get some of the funding there much, much quicker. And, because that process is already established, so.
We will reach out to those two places.
Perfect. Let me know if you have any questions on those, and also maybe reaching out to some of the businesses around, maybe they're able to give out something. Just trying to think, this is a great project. I would love to see it move forward, hopefully much quicker than what our projected plan might be. So, but thank you, good luck, and thank you for bringing it forward.
It's a great feeling to see success in these small ways, and I think it inspires all of us to help our block and to gather together and to make things happen on a local level like this.
Very much appreciated. And a lot of times when projects have funds, you know, they could be matching funds, and that might spur the city to find matching funds to make the project happen. So, I mean, there's a lot of different avenues, but
Grant funding.
right, grant funding. So I want to thank you for all the fantastic work that you've done in terms of bringing the neighborhood together and imagining how your community can be beautified. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate your time and support.
Thank you. We said just till the end of the meeting.
Right, but we have, are we going to do the 1, 2, 3? No? All right, then in that case, it's time to adjourn.
Thank you.
So,
Are you saying to 1 or 2 or 3?
yeah.
It's the 1, 2, 3, you mean the AB, whatever.
The AB 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Well,
Stay till 1.
we always do. That's right.